got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Fuller.
Yeah.
Needed F-150 for Smith build.
Got it.
Yesterday.
I know.
Don't forget my BMW.
Gotcha. Check this out. All the major online automotive sites in one place. BMW, done. F-150, done.
How's he do it?
I can search nationwide. Even those classified sites. Auto Tempest, all the cars, one search. That's how I do it.
What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
The journey to one last championship in a final season takes the field of 16 to the old Strawberry Hill Farm, where humble beginnings shape the short track ready to bring 12 drivers forward and take 4 out of the picture. Live from the Commonwealth, we bring you coverage of the 2024 Sunoco Cup Series, Race 15, the first cutoff race of the playoffs. And with that, we bring you the action on VSPEED. A warm welcome to you all. We're alongside producer Bradley Cooper. I'm Kenneth Bueno. 16 in, 12 out, Bradley. That's what's at stake. It seems relatively simple, but in a round that just started last week at Atlanta Motor Speedway, it ends tonight. It becomes a lot more complicated when you take in the context of everyone involved and how close everyone is in points.
Yeah, the point's very tight. You can see right here in the cutoff bracket, right at the bottom, Zach Wilson's only 5 points out. Below that, Jesse Whittington 1 point above that line. In fact, from 10th all the way down to 16, all within 10 points of each other. And it could take a stage. That's literally the divide here. A good stage finish. And nobody here in this top 12 can afford really to have a bad night.
For one thing, Bradley, this playoff field now looks very different than it did last week at Atlanta. It started with Stampien and Lawson Hill among those at the top. They have been bumped down quite a bit, specifically Stampien after being taken out early at Atlanta last week. And you still have some drivers that are fighting their way through the playoffs. Curtis Kelly getting the win last week at the Super Speedway. He's in via that golden ticket. He has no worries going into this race, but for everyone, like you said, Bradley, at 10 or so points, a stage could really fluctuate who is in and who is out. We'll be watching that red line throughout the night and seeing who advances and who ends up going home in this first cutoff race to enter the round of 12 in several weeks' time. That's something that, Bradley, about this Sunoco Cup Series playoff system that really can catch you off guard and could chop you off in an easily moment. You look at how tight these playoff rounds are. It's only 2, so if you have a bad first race, you really have to execute in the second and vice versa. Tonight, the first short track of the playoffs and really the only one that we'll see throughout the postseason. How big is Richmond going to play as a factor in this one despite being the first cutoff race?
That's going to play a big role, and I think with how this whole playoff format is, with the variety of tracks that we have, Watkins Glen is going to be another one of those toss-ups, kind of a wild card. So Richmond Raceway, Watkins Glen, and even Talladega, really, because of anybody being able to lock themselves in. You can see we're going back-to-back on these weeks, and so the final elimination at Homestead, if you want to make your way in, you got to be good at every single track variety all the way through here.
And it is going to be a tough route through these playoffs. You mentioned Watkins Glen, a road course race in Michigan, a 2-mile oval, and it only gets more wild as you dive further into the playoffs, which only amplifies the stakes for the drivers as they go into this one. Once more, we are cutting down our field of 16 to just 12, those below the cut line going into tonight. Shane Wyatt, Alex Huffman, Wyatt Brackett, and Zach Wilson, a pair of rookies and a pair of experienced drivers at the bottom of that bracket right now. They're going to try and move forward, though, as we get qualifying underway, and we'll try to get this race settled here from Richmond Raceway, which is, as a short track, one of the more unique ones that we see on the NASCAR calendar. Clocks in at 3/4 of a mile. As I mentioned, was founded on the precipice of what used to be a Strawberry Hill farm and a Ginter Park. Then they created a speedway this long, but this track has been one of the best in NASCAR. So many different grooves to choose from as you put rubber into this track, and it's not necessarily the typical short track, which makes it a lot of fun.
Yeah, just under a mile long. You got to see the kind of the distinction here versus tracks like Martinsville, Bristol, half-mile ovals, much shorter tracks. And so this one's more of a conventional, similar to Iowa, I would say, just coming in at about 1/10 of a mile less. Richmond, very dramatic on the backstretch, but it also has that short track esque mentality of you can never get off of one another. You're always going to come out of these exits door to door. There's not a lot of room to pass or complete a pass. So, you're going to see fenders and tempers flare as we run through for over 300 miles tonight.
You've got a track this short. You're going to have some bump and runs here and there. We'll probably see some of that, especially as the desperation kicks up later in this race. So look at our race analysis for tonight's cutoff race from the Virginia Commonwealth. We go 400 laps, 300 miles from Richmond Raceway. Pit road speed at a short 40 miles an hour. It's not the longest pit road ever. It's a short track. As always, tire sets, we've got 9 of those for the drivers in this race. Of course, 3 green-white checkered attempts if we need to extend the event past scheduled distance, and our stages are split up as such. Lap 70 will bring us to the end of stage 1. Lap 230 rather, 160 laps will take us all the way to stage 2, and we'll close out with 170 laps to end on lap 400. That gives us the end of tonight's race. Again, we talk about, Bradley, how one stage will alter probably the entire complexion of the playoffs. So if you are any of those guys even above or below the cut line, 70 to 30, the 2 numbers you got to keep in mind for tonight.
Yeah, if I'm outside of that top 12 right now, I'm thinking stage points every single opportunity. At lap 70, if everyone else is kind of wondering about fuel, I'm going to try to stretch mine as far as I can, gain a couple spots. You want to be in that top 10 every time it counts. You know, lap 230, I'm probably going to gamble a little bit. I don't think that I'm going for a sheer win here tonight. If I'm outside, yeah, that would lock you in. But I think if you throw a Hail Mary here, you could pay for it. This track will make you pay if you overdrive your stuff. So I think the situation warrants that you play for points. That's the main goal all the way through tonight.
That will mean a lot for some of those that are now just wrapping up qualifying, getting their best 2 laps forward. And again, that will make a big difference, specifically at this Richmond Raceway, a track that is, with this next-gen car, a little harder to pass than some. We mentioned those at the top of the cut line that got bumped back. Steven Stampien, after that crash at Atlanta earlier on, he's only 2 points away from that cut line. In 11th, Lawson Peel, who came in as one of the top 2 in standings, he has dropped back to 4th. He's still a healthy 26 points above that cut line, but any mistake can draw you further back. He's banking on those bonus points right now, and there are still tons of laps that we'll run here at Richmond that could alter who goes in and who goes out as we get ready to take you trackside and get you the starting grid of this 300-miler from the virtual Richmond Raceway and the cutoff event to enter the round of 12 in 2 weeks' time. Jesse Whittington captures his 2nd pole of the 2024 season. He comes into this one 1 point ahead of that sacred cut line. A great start with a 23.026 in qualifying. Allen's Legacy Racing gets Justin Winters at the top of the row in 2nd place. Those 2 will be the first to see the green flag. Austin Reedy, such a stellar driver and a former winner here at Richmond, will line up 3rd at the green flag. Rookie Stephen Harlow lines up the top 4. That's in row number 2. Row 3, you'll find the number 27, Shane White, who comes into this one 1 point below the cut line. Steven Stampien trying to rebound after a hellacious crash at Atlanta took him out early. He'll be in position number 6. Behind them in 7th and 8th, row number 4, Joe Sanchez for Drinkin' Bros Racing. Zach Wilson for RTR Motorsports. Going to be inside and outside of row number 4. And rounding out your top 10, DBR's Brandon Banks in the 54 Chevrolet and the 48 of Alex Muscarella.
Row number 6 goes to Kip Easley. Colin Forrester, who salvaged the day there last week in the 31, will finish or start in 12th here. Dakota Curtis, 13th position. Aaron Adcock in 14th. Then it's Justin Erb and James Kuckle for row number 8. Row number 9, Austin Shoemaker and Chris Shoemaker. The 2 Shoemakers starting side by side. And rounding out your top 20 is Sean Kalist and Wyatt Brackett in the number 30.
Garrett Brown for Prestige Worldwide Racing will roll off on the grid 21st. Last week's winner at Atlanta, Curtis Kelly, no worries. He's got the golden ticket into the next round of the playoffs. He'll start outside of that row in 22nd place. Phil Schoonover, the last man to take a time in qualifying. He is 23rd. Outside of him, the 2-time Sunoco champ, Lawson Peel, going to have to work from deep in the field in this one, 24th, outside of row 12. Alex Huffman, who comes into this race 2 points below the round of 12 cut line. He rolls off from 25th. Richard Swabley back in 26th place. Then you'll have Dustin Reeves in the 6 machine with Casey Knighton to the outside. That is row number 14. And rounding out our final row, 29th and 30th, Brad Fulham running with the 19. And Chuck Feltz bringing up the rear of the 30-car field from Richmond. Once again, we go 400 laps, 300 miles, as there's Chris Progar, the final one in our field. As a matter of fact, 300 miles here from Richmond. Our stages again go like this: 70, 230, and then 400, bringing us to the end of this race. Big time news there, Bradley, for Jesse Whittington, someone who desperately needs points going into this one. Pole certainly makes a big difference.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's kind of in tune with what mistakes he's made and going back, reviewing races, trying to capitalize on whatever the situation may be. And it looked like it paid off this week. Maybe a little extra practice, showing the speed. And, you know, lately we haven't really been at tracks that favor the 94. Maybe he's a short track ringer that he's going to come out here and just dominate this race. We'll have to wait and see.
Whittington was one of those that survived a crazy Atlanta race where almost everyone, it seemed like, got involved in some type of incident. Whittington involved in more than 3, but still kept his hat in the ring and kept himself in the nice top 15 position. He ended up 13th. That's what puts him here right above that cut line, but this can give him some reassurance. The field rounds out of turn 4. Jesse Whittington and Justin Winters, the front row, bring us to the green flag. Let's go playoff racing from Richmond Raceway. Sluggish on the initial start, hangs on to it. The field blows by him in 3 and 4, but some early problems, Bradley, for a top-tier playoff driver. Austin Reedy finding trouble before lap 1 is complete.
Then Reedy goes from the 14th position all the way back from 3rd to the 14th spot. He's got a lot of ground to make up, and this isn't an easy place to do it. As we go on for lap number 2, he's got it back under him, but we saw kind of a weird start to this race as well. It looked like there was a checkup back there around the 8th, 9th position, and so a lot of ground lost here from about 7th Brandon Banks. It's starting to gap out here for the top 10.
And that's a rare mistake from Austin Reedy, who dominated the last time we were here at Richmond Raceway, led 155 of those 200 laps. Obviously a shorter race then and there, but someone who's relatively strong at these short tracks, specifically Richmond. Very odd to see Reedy struggle this early. Car sideways, Shane Wyatt going for a slide up the banking in 1 and 2. He hangs on to it. We avoid our possible first yellow of the race, but it is a shunt to Shane Wyatt, who went into this race 1 point below the cut line, and many guys lighting up the rear tires, Bradley. Shane Wyatt losing it on the entry of turn 1.
That's just a little wheel hop there. Once that rear tire hops the track, it locks it up, and then you're just along for the ride. It's another thing we've talked about several times this season, that this next generation car with the independent rear end, it's very difficult to tell when it's starting to step out and really have limited feedback here. Of course, on the simulator, you have your wheel that maybe will tell you that something's not right, but you won't know it until it's sideways.
Something that also changed as of late is the way this next-gen car is built for these short tracks. Prior, when the first year the next-gen came around, they had the full diffuser for every single track. That included the short venues, the intermediate venues, and of course those super speedways. But you look from the onboard look, a wonderful shot. You'll look at the back end of guys like Alex Huffman and here Lawson Keel on the outside in turns 1 and 2. You'll see that they cut down that diffuser to basically nothing. There are only 2 straights at the bottom end of the race car at the rear, so you're looking at less overall downforce in the bottom end of the race car, and pair that with the short spoiler on the back end of the deck lid, then you're also looking at a car that can easily step out sideways. And there's another one added to the list, Alex Muscarella, car number 48, going for a slide. He hangs on to it right before the turn 1, but there comes Lawson Keel. James Kunkel trying to take position away, and Muscarella hanging on to a top 20 position.
And so for Muscarella, that was the opposite end of how you can step out and lose control of this car. He was on the throttle through the tri-oval, and that's where he lost the back end. He's actually up in the wall a little bit here, but you saw a wheel hop there from Shane Wyatt, so that's the entry of the corner. Well, you can lose it just as easily when you're coming out of these exits.
And especially turn 2. There's a bit of a bump there from the 14 degrees of banking onto that relatively flat back straightaway. So while off of turn 4, as you ride on board with Muscarella here, fighting for position with Sean Kalis on the inside. That'll be for 21st. Muscarella is not necessarily getting as loose off turn 4, although Kalis did wiggle from the Chevrolet, but he keeps it straight, and again, everyone will go by. It is just a matter of keeping this car planted on the racetrack because it has become a tall ask. Jesse Whittington, the pole sitter, also hiccuped a mistake. He has dropped back to 4th, and the rookie, Stephen Harlow, takes over the race lead, lap 11.
Take a quick look on board here with the 33. He took the lead about 2 laps ago, and I apologize for missing that little detail, but Jesse Whittington is progressively losing ground. He's fallen back to 5th spot now. Zach Wilson works his way up to 3rd spot, and Justin Winters just went by. Looks like maybe for the 94, having the front and that clean air hasn't paid off yet, and just, one little mistake and 3-4 drivers there to pounce on it.
And there is, right behind, Brandon Banks, the Chevrolet, who comes into this race pretty healthily over that cut line. 15 points going into this one with his teammate from Drinkin' Bros Racing, Kip Easley, right behind him. Not a playoff driver, but you'll see those highlighted in yellow on their rear spoilers, their splitters, and in some cases their windshield with the Sunoco Cup playoff banners. Those are the markers to let you know who's running for the championship this season. Whittington, though, does a nice job of settling where he's at, stops the bleeding here inside the top 5. But again, Whittington, someone who cannot leave this race to chance, and someone who, again, is only that 1 point above the cut line. So as much as he made those mistakes early on, he's got to hang on, or else he could be dropping back more than you know it. Casey Knighton drops a ton of positions back to 24th. He got loose at the exit of turn 4. It's just a matter, Bradley, of those who are getting loose and those who are avoiding the first caution of the race. It seems like it will come any moment now. There's Casey Knighton off turn 2. That little transition I talked about catches Knighton off guard, but does a great job of saving the Camry.
So we've seen a lot of great saves, but how frustrating is it as a driver, Kenneth? I know we've both been there, where you might work your way up 6, 7, 8 spots. You get up there close to the top 10, and then one little mistake in 300 miles, and that could cost you all of that position gained, all within, 1 lap. So very frustrating. I know it is. And with Knighton right here, he's got clipped into the wall. It looks like the 9 of Schoonover is going to go to the inside. We're only 17 laps into this race, and we've seen a lot of mistakes already here in the daylight.
And even more frustrating, Bradley, it's the tone that this is Richmond out of all places, a track where it's relatively hard to pass. So maybe you'll get the blessing in disguise of someone getting loose in front of you, and that's an easy position to gain. But if everyone's got everything under control, you have to find your way the hard way. And for guys like Jesse Whittington and even Casey Knighton, they'll start to hit the reset button, try to get themselves a settled race car, not get loose anymore, try to not light up those rear tires, and then, only then, could they start trying to pounce. Whittington is pulled away slightly from Banks, so he has settled into that P5 position, but still a relatively healthy gap to a guy like Justin Winters, and then the Ford Mustang up ahead of Zach Wilson. We saw him involved in a big incident at Atlanta last week. That pushes him to dead last in the playoff field, 5 points below the cut line, and boy, it's been rough. No doubt, Bradley, for this 51 car ever since its win at Texas. We've documented that so many times throughout the regular season, and it has transferred a bit in the playoffs. We had some hope, maybe Zach did as well, that things would turn around at Atlanta, but as crazy of a race as that was, Wilson unfortunately was part of that casualty list, and was one of those that was above the cut line last season at this marker of the campaign, this time having to fight from behind the wall.
Yeah, it looks like he's turned it around so far, and like I said, you got to focus on stage points. So riding in third, that's a great place to be. However, where are the guys that you need to get ahead of coming into tonight? Are they up there in the top 10? Are they going to get stage points? You got to be ahead of every single one of them. You got Steve Stampien, who fell down after last week's finish, so he's also in second position. He's another driver that could go up here and snag this win. You gotta always be aware of your surroundings here, Kenneth. It's tough to do, but 22 laps in, you got to kind of check that relative every now and again to see, well, maybe that's time for me to push it a little bit.
And you also have to play that balance with saving your tires. This track temp is cooking, 123 degrees. It was 119 when we dropped the green flag. So in a relatively short time, this track has slickened up and has allowed these drivers to make use of that throttle pedal, get a little eager, and like we've seen throughout the night, get into those slides that could have brought us several yellows out already. But for the moment, Stampien trying to hound on Stephen Harlow. That gap settles to at least 2 car lengths or so at the exit of turn 4. Solid battle for top 10 position. Justin Erb, playoff driver on the outside, and another playoff driver down low, Chris Shoemaker, who gained a ton at Atlanta. Bit of contact there with Erb going up the racetrack in 1 and 2, but for Chris Shoemaker, I mean, we talk about surprises. Shoemaker might have been one of them as we came out of that race from Hampton, Georgia, a guy that survived everything, and from pretty deep in the playoff field at the beginning of the playoffs to now 5th, 22 points above the cut line. It was a large turnaround for Shoemaker, and in a playoff system where you only have 2 races per round, it means a lot for the Prestige Worldwide Racing Mustang.
Yeah, you don't get any opportunities to make up. If you have one bad race in both of these, in this 2 in the elimination, that could influence, you want to have an opposite day for the next one. But if you're Chris Shoemaker right now, you want to keep it as consistent as possible. Looking pretty good here as we approach our first stage. We're about halfway, roughly, through it. I like that he's picking up spots. He's up 8 positions from where he started this race. So, on the right direction. He has Austin Shoemaker following right behind him. He's kept pace with him as well, and so they're working their way through this field meticulously.
Yeah, Shoemaker's one of the biggest movers in the field, +8 like you mentioned, only second to another Ford Mustang dark horse for Allen's Legacy Racing, Alex Huffman, fellow playoff driver who started in 25th and has worked his way up to 15th. We were riding on board with one of the race cars earlier, and you saw that bright neon greenish yellow Ford Mustang swerve on by entering turn 1. A beautiful start for Alex Huffman, who goes into this race below the cut line by 2. So even then, these made-up positions will matter a ton. We wish we could give you some live points. Unfortunately, we cannot. But I'd say that if we were to look at live points, Huffman gaining all that track position early will give him a pretty decent benefit to that cut line. Here's Curtis Kelly, side-by-side with Aaron Adcock for Poman Motorsports. Lawson Peel, Joe Sanchez, a pair of DBR Chevrolets right behind.
So side by side, this is back in 16th position, and you can see the gap from the lead. It's almost 8 seconds back here. That's how fast these drivers in the top 10 are starting to fan out. You've got about an even gap here from first, second, maybe, third is the asterisk in that, but then it just gets really wide back here. 6th, 7th position, there's half a second between these drivers.
And we may have a side-by-side battle brewing for 7th place. There's Kip Easley, crossover attempt by Colin Forrester, the Dunkin' Donuts Camry on the inside, and that's bringing a teammate along with Forrester, Austin Reedy, both of those members of the Fast Banana team, a group of guys that led a ton of laps, 138 at Atlanta last week. It showed true dominance out of that group. And despite all of that, only one of them were able to get the checkered flag, and it was Curtis Kelly, a surprise out of the others that were dominant, like a Forrester or like a Reedy. And we know that Reedy made that mistake early in this race. And Bradley, if you're one of those guys like Reedy, you know your confidence is high at these places. You know you've won here before. You know you've dominated at here before in this series. How do you mentally reset after getting sideways and just slowly work your way up to the field as the stage progresses?
I think right now you just got to hit the reset button. It's very early in this race. You got to kind of forget about that mistake. Don't entirely forget what you did to put yourself in that situation, but it's kind of like when you throw an interception in football, right? You just go out there, it's a new drive, and it'll be a new stage. It'll be pit stops, position changes. You just got to last all the way to the end, because that's how you win championships. That's how you win games. You don't think about the little mistakes. You go out there and capitalize on someone else's mistake or take advantage of a situation. That's what you're going to have to do. All season, these guys have been doing it, and Reedy's is a prime example of that. Winless this season, but still, points his way into the playoffs. I think he'll be fine as we approach the halfway point in this stage.
And he leads the group in stage wins. He's got 5 this season, and no one else can touch him in that regard. Reedy has been the best points racer out of anyone in the series, and obviously you make the case in this playoff system that winning is always what matters, but consistency does as well, and Reedy demonstrates that every time he's on the racetrack, even despite some of the connection issues that we'll see him have time in and time out. Reedy is one of the best at just staying up front. Even if he's not that man at the checkered flag from the race end, he's always in contention, which is very dangerous in a system like this where you can rack up a ton of playoff bonus points from the stages and be able just to get your way in off of that buffer alone. Here is Steven Stampien right on the back bumper of Stephen Harlow. Bradley, this fight for the lead has been close, within 1 or 2 car lengths for this entire run. They're creeping up on a lapped car, James Kunkel, who is set to become the first driver a lap down, and this may alter Harlow's line, and any one of these corners could give Stampien the run for the race lead.
Oh, that puts him 3 wide here, and the 33 is not going to get the exit that he wants. Can Stampien hold the throttle down? They're going to be pretty much a drag race to the start-finish line, less than a 10th separate. Stampien sees the opportunity here, but can he do anything with it? It's loose down there on the bottom.
Here comes the drop in. The Hammer Chevrolet has to back out from a wiggle at the exit of turn 2, but 3 and 4 might have just been the target for the Massachusetts native right here, driving up off the corner. The onboard look, the right-hand bottom corner of your screen, his look from his sim rig, trying to get right under Stephen Harlow as he's going higher up the racetrack over the course of this run. Stampien heartbroken after last week's early crash at Atlanta. Took him deep in the playoff running to where he's only 2 points, and a slide.
Whoa.
Sean Kalis goes around right in front of them. He holds on to it and brings his Chevrolet in pit road. Caution does not come out, and that lets Steven Stampien get by for the race lead.
What a turn of events there, and that did not work in the favor of Stephen Harlow. He had to snap onto the brakes to avoid hitting the 90 of Kalis. We'll go back on the instant replay and take a look at this. They were catching up to Kalis quickly. Man, he's having problems.
And he was in the wall. He goes down low. He's like, all right, I'm just going to enter pit road. He catches the transition, and that's what gets Harlow out of shape. He has to back out. Stampien moves on by from the inside. Close call for all parties involved. And there's a look from Kalis. It seems like his steering was off after hitting the wall. But catching that transition is never a good thing. The leaders do a fantastic job of slowing down and getting out of harm's way. But in turn, Stephen Harlow loses the race lead and may fall back to third because they let Zach Wilson close up. The VSPEED Ford Mustang back in third.
Yeah, that's a tight window there where, you know, Harlow has to get on the brakes, and Stampien kind of saw what was happening with that transition, and he was ready on the outside to just kind of float through there. It's unfortunate for Harlow that this happened, but again, he can race his way back up there. I think that inevitably Harlow was going to lose that position, though. Stampien had been on the back bumper for about 15 laps. He was keeping him honest the whole time. It's just unfortunate that it was a lap car that kind of dictated the lead change.
Yeah, and I'm sure that Steven was not necessarily happy about that situation with Kalis either, just because it's a scare. It's like, hey, we're racing for the lead, and you almost take us out in one fell swoop and bring out the first caution of the race. But now he is falling back significantly, almost a second back from Steven Stampien ever since that change for the race lead. Here's some fighting back in the mid-pack around the top 15. Alex Huffman, playoff driver, trying to defend against the 2-time Sunoco Cup champ, Lawson Peel. And no dice there for Huffman. He's backing out. Here comes Peel back to the inside. Looks like Huffman does have a run off the corner, so they'll make it a door-to-door battle at the entry of turn 1. Lawson Peel started this one back in 24th place, the first driver in the starting grid without a qualifying time. And that could be courtesy of someone just skipping qualifying, or Bradley, something that we don't really touch on often, but contact with the outside wall or a spin.
Yeah.
If you get an incident point in qualifying, your lap is invalidated. So oftentimes we'll see drivers not put in qualifying times, and that's not mostly because they just skip qualifying. It's because they have a mistake on those 2 laps, and I'm sure that's what happened to Peel to set him so far back early.
Well, we've touched upon that sometimes these drivers like the challenge, but this isn't the place for that. I don't think that you would want to start deep in the field. And so, yeah, a mistake in qualifying, setting you back deep in the back that's gonna be like the worst place that it could happen for Peel or any of these guys that, you know, they're already having struggles. Peel did come back and salvage the race, but how many times did we see him get into the top 5 last week and then something happened to the 12 car?
Many times, and we could count that on the list, and we couldn't even count it with our fingers. Zach Wilson just stepped out of line going into turn 2, so he falls back from the second place battle with Stephen Harlow. That was just about to heat up. I was watching that as it happened, and Ryan's up out of the second corner, but you're right about Lawson Peel. The amount of incidents he was involved in, but still scrapping away with a 7th place finish despite starting 30th in that one. And Atlanta hasn't treated Lawson Peel too kindly over the history in this series, but that's the one time it did despite all of the chaos. So Peel will try to work forward. He has stepped into the top 15. As there's Brandon Banks and several others just settling with position. They're getting by the lap car, James Kunkel, that money line hammering. There's Shane White, rookie driver from below the cut line into this race. Had a bit of a slide entering this very corner early on, and Chris Shoemaker hounding on the rear bumper with Justin Erb right behind. So a trio of playoff talent on the back straightaway fighting for top 10.
I'm impressed that Shane White, he, put that mistake behind him very early in the race. I think it was like lap 4 that he had a problem. Now he's back up here in the top 10, going the right direction. But you look at where he started to where he is right now, he probably wants to get back up there to that top 5. And he has a solid 10 seconds to get up there to Austin Reedy. So a lot of ground left to make up and only about 20 laps to do it. I don't think he's going to get up there, but he will get stage points, and that's what's important. If we stay green, I think he could do it.
Wyatt, one of the several rookie drivers in this edition of the Sunoco Cup Series playoffs. He joins guys like Eddie Smith and Alex Huffman, rather, as some rookie drivers to enter the playoffs this season. They have definitely impressed. Wyatt on his team has certainly shown out on many occasions throughout the campaign, and just the top 10 right now might suffice if it gets him over that cut line. And some news as we go into this race, Homeman Motorsports' Eddie Smith is not in attendance tonight, so he may be one of those just confirmed out of the playoffs after round 1. He came into this one just 5 points over that round of 12 cut line. So Eddie Smith may be the first eliminated early on from Richmond. As for who else, it may just come down to the final lap. There's Jesse Whittington, who dropped back from the pole position. We talked about how he settled into the top 5, but watch the accordion effect, Bradley. Here's everyone all together. Harlow, Wilson, Whittington, Reedy, and even a bit of Colin Forrester. Several drivers all under a blanket as Stampien has pulled away to about 2.4 seconds.
Yeah, the accordion effect. Whittington, of course, he made a little mistake, but he's nursed the car back to health. Now he's approached 3rd position. He's brought Austin Reedy with him. Little wiggle there out of turn 2. Of course, Reedy keeping him honest. I think Whittington probably stands to get up to 2nd spot here. Those positions well within his reach. Contact there with the 9, a Schoonover.
And it's going to whoa up Jesse Whittington. Some contact. Bobbles Whittington out of the way. Austin Reedy wanting to get down low. A hard-fought position out of turn 2. Reedy backs out as the lap car Schoonover goes right into the wall, but that got close. Between those two machines, onboard look off the rear end of Whittington's car.
And that got tight. That was almost kind of a repeat of the situation we had earlier with Stephen Harlow losing the lead. That, Schoonover just trying to get out of the way, but nowhere to really go when you're entering these corners. There's the race line, but then there's also a line that if you don't enter the corner a certain way, you're going to hit the wall. And so for Schoonover, he still has to take that corner in that approach, or he could end up totaling 2 or 3 cars. It's very difficult here for lap traffic. I know sometimes it appears like they're not getting out of the way, but there's kind of 1 or 2 ways you can get through this corner without hitting the wall.
And in that lead pack, the worst place to catch lap traffic is right off the corner. That's what happened with Reedy. Right off turn 2 is where Schoonover was blowing up to get out of the way, but Reedy has to use that outside part of the backstretch just to get the momentum off the corner. So he has to slow down, bringing in his teammate Forrester, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars under at least a second all together in this fight for what will be P2 with about 10 laps to go in stage 1.
Then you go up here to another time zone with the 88 of Steve Stampien. This is kind of a Darlington-esque here for Stampien. Remember what he did there, where he just kind of drove away from the field and led the vast majority of that race. Once he got out front, nobody could touch him, and I'm interested to see, now that the 88's up here, and this is another track that's difficult to pass at, like Darlington, does he do the same thing? Does he just run away with this one?
Seems like he is. It'll be the final 10 laps until stage 1 is complete from the Commonwealth of Virginia. Stampien told us dejectedly after the crash last week at Atlanta, he said, I'll just go out there, dominate Richmond next week, and win the race. That's all I got to do. It's a track I'm pretty good at. Ever since taking the race lead away from Harlow, even in tense circumstances, Stampien has proved that he can step up and make the occasion happen. He's got a plethora of lap traffic ahead of him. Prestige Worldwide Racing's Garrett Brown, who runs currently inside the top 27. He may go a lap down, and there's a ton of traffic fighting for the lead lap position right now. Dakota Curtis, Brad Fulham, Justin Reeves, they're all going about nose to tail or side by side. So how tough is this for Stampien to move on through?
I haven't really seen Stampien push the issue yet, and I think he's pretty content with that 3-second lead, that he doesn't need to get up here and get involved in what's going on. I think he's leaving a little bit of cushion to let these guys single file out. Maybe, you see right there, right in front of him with the 16, Garrett Brown, he just tagged the wall, so now he might pick that car off, and he'll just kind of sit back and wait. Maybe wait for Dakota Curtis or Justin Reeves to make a mistake before he pounces on that situation, because these guys racing for position right now, they're not worried about what Stempien's got going on. They want spots.
And you have to imagine there was a sigh of relief as soon as Dustin Reeves and Brad Fulham went single file. He did not want to deal with potential 3 wide at the entry of either 1 or 3 here at Richmond Raceway, where there isn't that much space to work around. So Stampien laying off the gas pedal. He's still got a 3-second advantage. Car on the wall. It's Jesse Whittington off of turn 4. He was holding on to what was 3rd place over Austin Reedy and Colin Forrester, but the Focus Fuel Chevrolet got out of shape, tapped the outside safer barrier. Whittington again goes up into the fence, and he has dropped back to 5th. Fast Banana Racing has taken over 3rd and 4th, and they may just go for more with Zach Wilson up the road.
That's got to be frustrating. Whittington, he was approaching the top 3. It was right there in front of him in the closing laps. You said that the accordion effect. Maybe Whittington had saved a little bit here, but now another mistake that puts him back to 5th. And this is your pole sitter we're talking about. We know he has the speed. It's just the disciplinary side of things, right? After, 20, 30 laps, that qualifying speed doesn't mean much. You gotta make the longevity of these tires work for the entirety of this stage, and that's difficult to do in this car. It doesn't give you a lot of feedback.
And it runs off the right front tire, so you can easily get this car out of shape. It seems like the rear tires are the main concern, though, for Whittington. It has taken him into the outside wall several times over the course of the race. They'll try and rectify that with about 2 laps to go left in stage 1 from Richmond. This is the battle for 2nd. Fast Banana has crept up. Austin Reedy getting by despite the early mistake in this race. Colin Forrester, who started 12th, is up 8 spots up to that P4 spot. In this battle for 2nd, easily within 3 or so car lengths. Wilson hanging on, but Steven Stampien up the road catches the white flag in stage 1, and here is Forrester to the inside.
Looks like Stampien gonna run away with it. Forrester, though, battling for what could be a 3rd place spot as they go into 3. And he will get that as Reedy is way up the racetrack. It looks like cleared there for the 31.
Colin Forrester moves on through. He gets 3rd place. Steven Stampien crosses the line. Kip easily gets there now from 10th. And this should be the caution flag out from Richmond Raceway. Stage 1 will be complete. And Steven Stampien grabs his 5th stage win of the 2024 Sunoco Cup Series season in dominating fashion. Had to get around some situations to get where he's at, but Steven Stampien, the winner, 32 laps led in this opening stage from Richmond.
So now it's a matter of come down, 4 tires, don't make a mistake on pit road. That's where a lot of drivers are going to make those passes for position, because tonight they've proven that they can go 71 laps on a stint. And I'm not sure on the exact numbers, but I feel like they could go a little bit further than that. You got maybe one opportunity at a green flag pit stop in this race, so don't make a mistake in the caution. That's where you're going to lose a lot.
And from here, this is the shortest stage that will run all night long. 160 will take us all the way to the end of stage 2 at lap 230. Field is on pit road behind your race leader. Stampien will enter from about the 5th or 6th pit box. Everyone else will come in right behind. There's Shane Wyatt, Stephen Harlow, and the call will just be the same. 4 fresh Goodyear Eagles and some fuel to get you all the way to the end of stage 2. There's Whittington getting up the right side jacks. Steven Stampien is out and away, lining up the rear tires. He's ahead by many coming off of pit road. Zach Wilson, Jesse Whittington, and others come away 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Off of pit road, Dakota Curtis, league owner, has stayed out, but he may just come back in, this time by Steven Stampien, the stage winner, and so far the race leader. 72 laps in the books off of this 300-miler from the Commonwealth. Don't go anywhere. More Sunoco Cup playoff action on the other side from VSPEED.
What got into you? At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Fuller,
Yeah,
needed F-150 for Smith build.
got it.
Yesterday.
I know.
Don't forget my BMW.
Gotcha. Check this out. All the major online automotive sites in one place. BMW, done. F-150, done.
How's he do it?
I can search nationwide, even those classified sites. Auto Tempest, all the cars, one search. That's how I do it.
And back live from the virtual Richmond Raceway, race 15 of the 2024 Sunoco Cup Series season. We are in the midst of our first cutoff race for the playoffs. 16 enter, 12 will emerge, still eligible for a Sunoco Cup title. Steven Stampien picked up his 5th stage win of the season, his first of the night. He will be joined by Zach Wilson on the outside of row 1. Plenty of early scares, no yellow flags though, over 75 laps. Our first caution coming out, courtesy of the stage break. Off turn 4, Stampien and Wilson bring us back to green flag racing from Richmond.
A little bit better start this time. I know there was pre-race jitters on that last one, so we stayed clean and green all the way through that first stage. You're starting to see some of the cream rise to the top, and now this is the spot where guys like Lawson Peel, who started deep in this field, they could stand to gain a lot of positions in the chaos.
He'll go under his teammate Kip Beasley.
22 in the wall.
Entryway of turn 1. We are door to door for about 2 rows deep. Colin Forster not getting away from the rookie Shane Wyatt, and Joe Sanchez, who had an end of line penalty to start this race, working on the outside of Fast Bananas. Austin Reedy, Chevrolets versus Toyotas. Outside versus inside, cross of the line, lap 78, and Stampien has already pulled away by half a second to Zach Wilson, and the battle continues for 4th place.
2 by 2. This is a low. We got trouble in the back. Looks like the 4 around.
Chris Shoemaker in trouble. No one else getting into him, but the caution flag is out. And our first caution for on-track incident has a playoff driver involved. Chris Shoemaker at the exit of turn 2 brings us the spin. Field gets behind the iRacing official pace car for the first time. Again, for on-track incident. We'll take a second look at this. It appeared Shoemaker might have just lost this by himself, Bradley, in turn 2.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he comes across the nose of Austin. So right there, you know, Austin been following him through this field all day today. Just entry to turn 1 looked like some wheel hop that we saw earlier with Shane Wyatt. We'll back it up a little bit further here. Go on board. You can kind of see how you don't get any input. You're on the brakes, right there's the wheel hop, and then suddenly the car's sideways.
And this is somewhat how Shane Wyatt got sideways. If you remember earlier in this race, although he was able to hang on to it, he went up the banking instead of going down to the apron. But when you catch that transition, it's exactly what happened to Sean Kalis earlier in this race. Hard to find grip. The car goes out of whack, and in the attempt to save it, goes right back up the track and could have taken out some pretty big cars, but looks like he got his teammate Austin Shoemaker in this. Look on board from the Ford Mustang of Shoemaker.
So that's the other part of this car, that when you're starting to correct it, it doesn't really give you an indication that it's saved yet. And so sometimes it's very easy to overcorrect. And you saw down there on that transition, once he hit the flat spot of the racetrack, there was no banking to kind of clean that car down. And so it came right back up. Very difficult situation there for the 4 of Chris Shoemaker to even know that the car was going to be unpredictable like that.
So a yellow flag at lap 81 involved with a playoff driver and Chris Shoemaker, and that was the story last week at Atlanta, Bradley, where it seemed like every playoff driver was involved in something. It felt like they were not able to escape the calamity of that 1.5 mile super speedway. Tonight, it's been a little cleaner. Some of those playoff drivers have almost collided with each other and or the in or outside wall, but it's been relatively clean, and that's our first yellow involving a yellow bannered car. Shoemaker, though, who had some decent progress to start, is now going to be logged back in 25th as he came down pit road.
So for Chris Shoemaker, that yellow spoiler, trying to hold on to it. He has the whole field in front of him here for this next restart, and looks like a little bit of damage as well. I know that's not going to play as much of a factor. You know, they took the diffuser off, and so that's kind of, you know, reduced downforce. Everybody's pretty much on the level playing field, and I don't think, as long as the steering's okay, I don't think he's going to be too affected. But there's a lot of cars to pass and a lot of traffic that, you know, the 4 is showing top 10 speed. Some of these drivers back here are going to be difficult to pass, and it's going to take a while for the 4 to get back up there.
Well, thankfully, it's a longer stage up to lap 230, so there is still a lot of time if you're Chris Shoemaker, despite that little mistake there that gets him sliding, and again, brings us our first on-track yellow here from Richmond Raceway. Let's get a word with the race leader and stage 1 winner, Steven Stampien. Steven, we talked to you last week at Atlanta after the big-time crash took you out early. It's been rather successful this time around. What has been behind all of that speed early in the night?
All right, everybody knock on wood. All right, come on. Just dialed in. I knew I had to have a good race being kind of close to the cut line, so just trying to stay locked in and keep the rears under. And yeah, I like this track, so we'll see if we can take one home and take over for 4 wins for the season.
Consistent early on. You've got a lot of speed, Steven. Best of luck on the next restart.
Thank you, guys.
So Steven Stampien will lead this field back to green. Cross of the line for lap 84 of 400. Getting up to the gears quickly as Stampien blows by the field, entering turn 1. Zach Wilson shutting the door. Harlow. Back there for third place, Shane Wyatt getting over Colin Forrester and weaving his way through for fourth place.
Also looking at Brandon Banks going side by side with Lawson Peel. Peel has picked up about 2 or 3 spots here on that last restart. Now looking to do the same as he goes to the inside for 8th spot. The 12 car on the way to the top 5. Lawson Peel definitely pushing this thing up 16 spots.
He's been one of the biggest movers over this race, and as we talked about earlier in the show, came into this one 26 points above that cut line, so he doesn't need to gain so many points to stay alive in the playoff race, but all of these positions gained will mean more points to his tally from stage 1, now onwards to the second one here from Richmond. He works on Austin Reedy next while Colin Forrester, the Fast Banana teammate, dives back on Joe Sanchez, who works his way through for 5th place. So Drinkin' Bros Racing starting to make moves, 3 of them inside the top 10 right now.
So Peel to the inside again. He ran the bottom on the exits better than anybody that I've seen so far. Really good throttle control, and he's not afraid to dive to the inside again. He's putting Fast Banana on his outside. He'll go try to get a 2 for 1 in 1 lap. He does clear Reedy, and now, like I said, that bottom, we haven't seen anybody else kind of get out of that exit like him on that bottom groove. It's been really loose, been really stepping his cars out. And it looks like he's, oh, problem there for Zach Wilson.
And sideways, here comes Wyatt on the outside in the battle for 3rd. This will help Joe Sanchez creep up and potentially make a move. Wyatt will clear the 51 of Wilson, so move the rookie up to P3. Behind them, Peel has got him back around Colin Forrester and will work towards his teammate Joe Sanchez. They are starting to emerge into the top 5. Alex Huffman kept easily that side-by-side battle in the back. This is around for top 10, top 15 position. Huffman down low, still cannot get by easily, and this may be a tough battle because easily is one of those non-playoff drivers. Huffman trying to get by.
Almost 3 wide there for a moment. The 71 of Curtis Kelly thought about it, but backs up the entry enough. Almost allowed Chris Progar to the inside. There's Huffman. He's going to clear for the 12th position. He's going to go to work. Justin Winters just in front of him. He'll be side by side. What happened to Brandon Banks? He was in front of Lawson Peel there a moment ago. Now it looks like he's falling back a little bit.
Potential mistake there for Banks. He's in this tight battle with the Allen's Legacy Racing Mustangs of Winters in front. Huffman
Progar
behind
on the wall.
car in the outside wall. Chris Progar. And will stay green, but his car is slowing. He gets back on the racing surface. He'll get out of harm's way. So Progar avoids our second on-track yellow, but he went hard into the outside barrier.
And he drifted all the way through 1 and 2. I think it was wheel hop. I don't think it was back on throttle. Take it on board here. Yeah, it was wheel hop. He was sliding to the entry. Yeah. And everybody goes by.
And a smart decision by Progar. Even though he was losing all that speed against the wall, he had everyone go by on the inside, then merged back to the racing line when it was safe to do so as everyone went through. So Progar ends up on pit road. He will now be the 3rd car a lap down or more. He goes 2 laps down and counting as Stampien comes across the start-finish line to continue to lead this race. Shane Wyatt, not sure where the speed has come from, but the rocket ship has lifted off. Shane Wyatt working his way to the podium, creeping up on Stephen Harlow.
He's within a couple tenths there briefly. Looks like just a little mistake there, gave a 10th back, but last time by, he was, I'd say the lap before, he was about a 10th faster, and he's 2-3 tenths faster than the guys behind. Their top 3 is pulling away from Zach Wilson, Joe Sanchez, Lawson Peel. So that traffic back there is an opportunity. Stampien continues to grow his lead to almost a full second as we come by for lap 96.
And for Shane Wyatt, a man who has picked up several top 10 finishes, has been on a top 20 streak over the last several weeks, finished 14th at Atlanta despite starting on the outside of the front row, had some problems to begin that race, but came back anyway, even with all of the damage and all of the cautions that he had been involved in. He had a top 16 in the previous race at Daytona. That was our regular season finale. 13th at the Darlington Raceway, a track that he started 4th in, but he started all 3 of those races inside the top 5. No different this time from Richmond. He started 5th in this one. It looks like a solid comeback for this second stage for Wyatt. Maybe something good in the cards for that SimRapMarket.com Chevrolet. Here is Colin Forrester finding his teammate Wyatt Brackett right behind him. Boy, we haven't talked about Brackett over the night. He started this one back in 20th place, has worked his way into the top 10, and mind you, one of those below the cut line by 2 going into tonight. How big is that for Wyatt Brackett? Even if he may have missed points in stage 1, now working forward in the second stage and just getting his way through the field progressively over the night.
Really big. I mean, talked about it pre-race. Every chance you can get points, you got to take care of this car and get there, but any situation he can be into the top 10 is going to help that cutoff line. And anybody that's, you know, maybe a little bit ahead of him in points, you know, we talked about maybe like a 5-6 point gap for the bottom half of 7th on down. Then with Eddie Smith not being in attendance tonight, he was right on that cutoff line. That's another spot. So for, you know, Wyatt Brackett, Colin Forrester, a lot of these guys that were really close to that, this is a perfect day. They just got to bring it home.
Brackett barely missed out on stage points at lap 70. He ended up 13th, so several positions shy of getting those crucial points, even though all of the traction he gained now may just eat up the deficit that he had early in this race. The onboard look from the Toyota Camry. Another look at the double straight rear diffuser on the back end of these cars, hence why a ton of these guys are getting loose so early on in this race. You don't have as much downforce back there as you may be accustomed to if you run the intermediates or the super speedways with these next-gen machines. A nice job for Brackett to move up. That makes it 3 Fast Banana Toyota Camrys in this top 10. If you're not talking Curtis Kelly, who is still scrapping around top 15 just to get by. Just a reminder, we have a team championship here in the Sunoco Cup Series. Fast Banana is second fiddle to Drinkin' Bros Racing. So all of the performances from Atlanta to tonight, and if they can replicate that moving forward, that could help them make a last-ditch effort team championship for the end of the year. Here's Chuck Phelps, started dead last in the field, working to 21st as he tries to get by the league owner, Dakota Curtis.
Yeah, he peeked to the inside there. I thought we were going to have a pass for 21st. Clean Freak 43 made a little mistake there last time by, and now Belt's going to peek back to the inside again. You see working that wheel, trying to keep it as stable as possible off of these exits. Very difficult to do. A lot of it is throttle control, but then if you have your wheel angled the wrong direction, when you get back to that throttle, you'll see that right there.
Look at that, how hard he had to crank the wheel to the right just to keep that Ford Mustang planted. Again, it's that little transition off turn 2 that catches so many drivers off guard. It's a little more helpful in 3 and 4, but 1 and 2 is a devil when it comes down to lining up the rear tires and taking drivers for a bit of a whirl. He remains on the inside, looks like now with Casey Knighton, who just was getting by as Phelps got loose at the exit of turn 2. That U.S. Army Camry makes his way through, so Knighton, after a little bit of a slide in stage 1, just settling nicely in this top 25. And there goes Chuck Phelps falling short of Garrett Brown. As somebody struck the outside wall up the road. May have been Justin Erb back in 18th in a fight with Poman Motorsports' Aaron Adcock.
Yeah, Justin Erb just lost this spot there. He was on the outside of Chris Shoemaker, who's on the rebound after that mistake to bring out our only caution of the night. Poor car of Shoemaker is back up to 17th. He's caught back up to the driver that was following him through this field. I know that there's probably no, you know, bad emotions between these two, being that they are related, but as far as teammates go, you can see the front end of the 14, and you can kind of see the right side door of the 4. They met somewhere here on the track out of the exit of turn 2, and now they're going to get back to what they know. They're going to follow each other back through. I think for, at least for Chris Shoemaker, you know, it's got to be a frustrating thing. He's got the yellow spoiler here tonight.
And he was that driver involved in our first on-track caution. So on the 8-ball, Chris Shoemaker is the onboard look from his Ford Mustang Dark Horse. And something we don't really bring up as we cover this series is the familial aspect of it. We know that obviously the drivers as friends treat each other like family as they've raced with each other in the sim for the last several years since the COVID-19 pandemic hit in 2020. But we have a pair of relatives here, Austin, and there's James Kunkel sideways in front. Trouble, bringing us another caution at lap 110.
He popped the engine there in the entry of turn 4. Money Lion 45 is done for the day, it looks like. That was a heavy impact. He had help. He had a little help there from, I believe that's the 54 of Brandon Banks. Wow.
That's a Post Malone record right there. I had some help. James Kunkel in 3 and 4 getting the tap from Brandon Banks. This is a lap car and lead lap car issue in 3 and 4. So the bit of the contact, and Kunkel goes hard into the outside wall. And then down the track is where the Shoemakers meet that Money Line Camry. One of the several race team Toyotas in this race, along with Casey Knighton. They had the loss of Mario Miranda earlier on in the season as he left the series. And there's the contact from Banks. I'm sure that's not helpful for one of the playoff drivers, but certainly the worst end of the stick for Kunkel, who will be taken out of this race.
Well, you know what that means.
The field on pit road.
You're going to bring everybody down for green flag or for caution flag, and you got to get 4 tires, Sunoco race fuel. You don't want to be behind on this strategy. I believe everybody's going to take 4 tires here. I don't see any reason not to. How about that?
For Steven Stampien, how about a 2-tire call? Well, actually, that was 4 tires, but Stephen Harlow getting the best stop out of them all, 14.2. Well, Stampien clocked in a 14.4, so the rookie Stephen Harlow snaps back with a pit stop of the ages to take back the race lead.
Excellent job there for the 33. I mean, I think for him, this is kind of a sigh of relief. You had the situation with the lap traffic earlier, and now you're in a perfect spot again. Another opportunity here. Let's watch this as he battles out of pit road. Just a great launch there.
No competition. It wasn't side by side at all. Harlow had the car length advantage over Stampien. So a wonderful job by Harlow's pit crew and Harlow himself to get onto the box cleanly, make the most of that pit stop, and get the race lead in turn. Shane Wyatt, Zach Wilson, and Austin Shoemaker bring in the top 5. Shoemaker, I believe, did take 2 tires on the last stop. So he was one of those to elect for an alternate call at this juncture of the race, while everyone else, for the most part, have taken 4 fresh Goodyear Eagles and some fuel to go along with it. How about Stephen Harlow with a wonderful pit stop? And that means a ton, Bradley. I have seen races here at Richmond get decided by pit stops. So Harlow taking the step in the right direction, and he'll have the cleanest air on the next restart.
Yeah, he'll be the command car, so he can kind of get that jump and maybe pull out a little bit of a lead to help solidify that he can lead some laps and get some bonus points. You know, you've kind of seen Steve Stampien do that already, where he had that clean air. He'll pull the lead out to almost a full second and then just kind of sit in the rocking chair and wait. So there's no reason for anyone else to not do the same. When you can get out there by yourself and run your line, it makes this race a lot easier.
We'll get a word in the infield care center with James Kunkel for race team, who was involved in our most recent caution. James, a tough break there in 3 and 4, but just tell us what happened from your perspective.
I don't know. Probably just in the way. I just got some stuff working on, and I guess I was just in the way.
So the contact takes you out. You're hard into the outside wall. We know that this one from Richmond probably done for, but you look at the rest of the schedule. Any tracks that come to mind, maybe some fun for you?
Obviously, just want to get to Talladega. I'll miss Michigan. I'll be at that Talladega race actually. And, yeah, just looking forward to that.
Well, James, we appreciate the time. Best of luck moving forward, but a tough break tonight from Richmond. Thank you for joining us.
Thank y'all.
So James Kunkel, a part of our most recent caution flag. He is the first car behind the wall, 28th, but should be 30th as we progress through the race. Green flag restart. Harlow and Stampien even back to turn 1.
I didn't predict that. I thought that the 33 could get a good launch. He did it on pit road, but not so much here on this restart. Didn't pull out. I thought he would have at least a car length gap going into turn 1. He was door to door with the 88, and now they kind of fall in, but not a good exit on 4. Stampien's going to keep Harlow honest.
Harlow was sideways off turn 4. Stampien thought about it on the front straightaway, but could not make the move. The onboard look from the race leader. Harlow still ahead by at least a car length. Wyatt Brackett has tapped the outside wall. Meanwhile, the battle for third is on fire. Zach Wilson, Shane Wyatt almost touching doors out of the 4th corner.
Zach Wilson holds it up on the outside. It looks like the racetrack progressively working a little bit higher as this day has continued. We'll have to look at the weather again. Looks like the track temp has come down a little bit from what we had earlier at 123. Now it's 118.
So it's calmed down as the afternoon progresses in sim. It started at 119, clocked up to 123 at its peak. So thankfully a good sign that this racetrack will start to grip up a little bit. Everyone single file from everyone back to 9th place. Wyatt Brackett, outside car. Huffman down low, battle for 9th place.
So this is kind of the first that we've seen Alex Huffman up into the top 10 today. Started back in 25th. He now puts his name as one of the bigger movers of this race. He's only 2 spots behind Lawson Peel for that. A little problems back here. It looks like Chris Shoemaker. No, that was even further. It was Austin Shoemaker. He's having problems off of turn 2. Aaron Adcock to the outside. Very loose off the corner, and this has continued to be the trend. You get someone to your outside and steps out of line a little bit.
Austin Shoemaker chased the car down low. He keeps it straight, so we will stay green. Another onboard look from Harlow. He is playing maximum defense on Steven Stampien. This is mirror image of stage 1 right before Sean Kalis broke up the 2 and let Stampien go by. What are the lessons learned, Bradley, if you're Stephen Harlow in the race lead now?
Well, I would say probably avoid lap traffic. I don't know how you would do that here, but, you know, don't take anything for granted and assume everyone around you is just going to be chaotic. You just got to know that something can happen at any time. So if they do get back to that point where they start passing cars and there maybe is somebody a little off pace in front of him, he's got to make quick work of it and put himself in a better situation than last time.
Well, one indication might be the longevity of this run as Harlow wiggles at the exit of turn 2 and keeps Stampien right on his tail. We talked about it when Stampien got the lead. He did not look back. He did not let Harlow get back up to him, and at that point, Harlow had somewhat fallen off on the tires. He had reached that cliff point, then he got pressured by Zach Wilson, Austin Reedy, Colin Forrester, and the list would continue until Harlow got back for a top 5 position, even at the tail end of it, right before stage 1 was complete. So maybe tire saving could be the key for Harlow if he wants to keep himself up front, but he knows that if he coughs up another mistake, there is Stampien for the taking, and even then, Zach Wilson is there. Here's Stampien down low as Harlow shoots up high. No dice out of turn 2. Harlow still with the race lead.
But he's going to keep peaking. You know he's going to keep peaking. He's going to keep making the pressure continue in the hopes that Stephen Harlow has another moment. And it can happen at any time. It could be wheel hop into the entry of the corner. It could be overstepping on the throttle when you're exiting. It could be just clipping the wall down the back or front stretch. There's 101 ways to make a mistake here at Richmond, and you know that Steve Stempien's going to be there if something goes wrong.
Well, the question is, if Stampien gets up there, what line is he using? Is he going to force Harlow out the way on the inside lane and do the classic bump and run? Or will he search up high for some grip? We've seen that happen where you can go up high, arc down low, get a great run off the corner, and then make the move at the next pair of corners down the straightaway. Could be a possibility. Stampien yet to unleash any pass attempt. Here's the battle for 5th place. Lawson Peel, rather this is Shane Wyatt and Joe Sanchez. Lawson Peel behind this group. And Wyatt has dropped back. He was on the podium earlier in the stage. Look off the rear end of the Chevrolet. Lawson holding on to position. A great move up through the field for Peel. And Drinking Bros Racing splitting Wyatt here at the
They're going
exit
back at it. they're going back at it again here for the 10th position. Huffman
That's
is,
Alex Huffman.
yeah, they've been back and forth for 9 laps.
Colin was in the outside wall several laps ago and let Alex Huffman go down low. I'm just guessing they traded places somewhat, and Alex Huffman makes the move. So Colin Forster drops back to 10th. That was a wonderful door-to-door battle we were watching, but caveat, lost time. Wyatt Brackett's probably like 6/10 up the road right now.
Yeah, that's what happens when you go side by side at Richmond. You can't get the exit, you can't get the speed down the straightaways, and that's where you lose 2 or 3 tenths a lap. And the last time by, Wyatt Brackett was a little bit slower. He's actually lost ground to Reedy, but the top 5 have just, they've checked out from the rest of these guys. 8th place on back is just, they're battling amongst themselves for what could be the stage points at the end of this run. They've got about 100 laps left here to figure this all out. I think right now, if you're Alex Huffman, Colin Forrester, you might want to just try to stay single file and chase some of these guys back down, because that top 5 is running away. And yeah, it's hard not to fight for 1 or 2 spots, because those are points. But big picture, when you let the top 5 run away from you, top 7 rather, yeah, you only stand to gain the position that you're battling for at that moment.
Yeah, you're right. It's make quick work of your competition and move on to the next. It's not dwell on the battle you have and let everyone else in front run away. Good news for Huffman is that he has moved his way up to the field by another point, so this will help his overall point tally if he wants to stay above that cut line. Another reminder that we are eliminating 4 at the end of this race. Alex Huffman came in as one of those below that cut line in jeopardy. So for Huffman, great news for Allen's Legacy Racing. There he is, settling in 9th, catching up to Wyatt Brackett, who has seemingly fallen off the first group of 7, going back to Fast Banana Racing's Austin Reedy. And there is an even bigger fall off, Bradley, from the pole sitter, Jesse Whittington. Pretty surprised to see this happen early in the going, but after stage 1, we saw hints of trouble. Stage 2 has shown that Whittington has not been on the pace as of late, and he's also got some right front damage.
Yeah, the right side's pretty banged up. We saw it earlier there where he got into the wall and let quite a few cars by. And since then, he's, been in and out of pit road, trying to get some of this patched up, topping off the fuel to maybe get on a different strategy. A tough break here for Whittington, because he needs this race. He's a driver that's outside of that top 12, and 23rd is just not going to cut it. He needs to gain 13 positions to get up there and get some points, and he was just shy of that on that pit stop to come out and be in a position. It looks like the damage may be affecting the 94.
A grind is a proper way to describe Jesse Whittington's overall season this year. Much easier last time around when he was bearing the rookie stripes on the back end of his car. Several opportunities to win. Then it finally broke through at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, gave him the golden ticket, and was one of those drivers that was eliminated in this very round at this marker last season. Whittington, though, having to fight points-wise just to get into the top 16. As soon as he got above that top 16 cut line, here comes the next challenge of moving up to 12th place. And for right now, it's a tall task for Whittington as he works under Dustin Reeves. That battle currently underway for 22nd. There's Shane Wyatt still in the middle of this DBR sandwich of Joe Sanchez and Lawson Peel, and that is the last car. Austin Reedy, Bradley, in this group. We talked about Wyatt Brackett and Alex Huffman being so far back. Look at this camera angle off of turn 4. Just how far these guys have come.
Yeah, Reedy about 1.5 seconds ahead of Wyatt Brackett. Then it's another half a second back to Alex Huffman. So they've spread out. They're pulling away. It's the accordion effect that you mentioned earlier, though. Stephen Harlow still has plenty of company in his mirror if he makes a mistake, and just about 2 seconds all the way back to 7th right now. That could very easily turn into a couple tenths if Harlow makes a mistake, maybe holds up Stampien, then you get Zach Wilson back into the mix. These guys are just kind of sitting here, not racing side by side. They don't want to lose ground to those guys behind them. They're going to try to run this thing out and maybe wait till the last 10 laps or so of the stage before they get side by side.
And that brings up a great point, Bradley, because we go to lap 230. So there's still about 90 laps left to go in stage 2 from Richmond, which means strategy. We've got some tire sets available. We've got some fuel to give out to the drivers. So strategy will matter here. You may elect for at least one pit stop, maybe halfway through the stage or even further down the line, and it will be the first proper time that these guys think about strategy, given the fact that we went the first 70 laps under green, and that is well more than enough time to get through on just a set of tires and a splash of fuel. But for this stage, you've got to think the long-term game, and Harlow, who has given himself a bit of elbow room, might start to ruminate about what kind of strategy he can pull out just to stay ahead of Steven Stampien. If you're the race leader, Bradley, are you looking for the overcut or the undercut? The classic question we ask on green flag stops.
I think based off the speed that Harlow's had, he kind of falls off later in the run, so it might be one of those you're a little bit quicker in the short run. Maybe an undercut would benefit the 33 to pull him out, but then you still have the flip side, and that might make it worse that your long run speed isn't quite there. And so when you get to the very end of this run, you're going to have even worse of a fall off. If Stampien gets around you, you might lose even more ground. So that's a tough call. I know that it's crossed his mind a couple times here. I don't know that there's a right answer to that, though, with how the 33s ran overall. He's fast here in the first probably 35, 40 laps, and then this is about the time that car transitions, as you can see through 1 and 2. Stampien right back on the bumper.
And the lead was as much as half a second between these two Chevrolets, but it has closed in once more. Stampien, his last lap, just a hair faster at a 24.04 compared to Harlow's 24.05. And as they cross the line this time by, Stampien is almost a tenth or two faster. Give him a 23.938. Harlow still floating around that 24-second bracket. So here is, right, like you said, that transition where Harlow, who is not saved his tires the best he can throughout this run, starts to hit that cliff, and Stampien starts to log into his autopilot mode. The good news for both of them is that they have pulled away from Zach Wilson and the gang behind. So I'm sure Harlow, even if he loses the race lead, he still has a bit of time to get himself settled before Zach Wilson, Joe Sanchez, Shane Wyatt, and Lawson Peel make their way into the foreground. And for Zach Wilson, he's a former winner here at the Commonwealth of Virginia. He won the last full-length Richmond race back in season 5 that clocked in with at least one green-white checkered attempt at 404 laps. Who finished third in that race? And in front, Steven Stampien. So looks like these two back at it again at Richmond, just strong as ever, and here's the onboard look from Wilson.
This is exactly the kind of mentality you got to have, though, if you're the guy that is outside. He's the bottom of the bracket here in 16th. This is a perfect day for him. He got good stage points in stage 1, up in the top 5. Now looking to get maybe a second round of those. And if he continues on to this pace, it could be a podium day for him. And, you know, you got guys like Whittington and others, Eddie Smith, who isn't in attendance. There's a lot of positions gained here for the 51 team. I think he's okay as long as he makes it to the end of this race.
Can't call it. That's the key point there. Making it to the checkered flag, something that Wilson has found a premium as of late. It's been hard for him to get into the right place in the right time just to be there at the checkered flag. We documented over the season. I remember Indianapolis, a race that he was running well at, burned off the rear tires, went hard into the inside wall, and left that race.
Off of 4.
It was a regular season one, but he has struggled even in the playoffs. Zach Wilson balls back to Joe Sanchez, and here is the battle for the lead. Stampien down low, the wiggle. Harlow up high, holds on in 3 and 4. And there's Stampien on the way by. Stampien, the race leader.
Harlow's not going to give it up easy, though. A little contact there entering turn 1. This is right on that mark of 40 laps where we saw the 33 fall off last time, and now I'm kind of worried that even if he undercuts this run, I don't think it matters. He's going to have to get on and off pit road clean and perfect. You know, of course, we have that stage break at lap 230 that'll reset these guys back up. It will give another chance, but for every time that Harlow has gotten up to the lead, this is that make or break moment, and the track conditions haven't changed all that dramatically that Harlow has been able to save any more tire.
Harlow's got to watch his back because upcoming is Joe Sanchez, who just got by Wilson and still has a ton of speed left to unleash. And the last time by, he was almost 2/10 faster than Harlow back in second place. So it may just be a battle there between those Chevrolets. Zach Wilson may drop another one. Here comes Austin Reedy to the inside. Shane Wyatt and Lawson Peel getting the front row seat. There's the contact. Wilson goes sideways. They keep it straight. And Reedy will hit this fight with Shane Wyatt. That will go on for fourth place, but Wilson almost taken out on the back straightaway.
I think that one deserves a replay there, Kenneth. He raced his way up there, got to the inside here on the exit of 1 and 2. And you saw that Wilson, he's kind of got the same fall off that Harlow does. He's fast there for the first 40 laps and then starts to fall back. But here down this backstretch, we were on board with the 96, and I don't know if Wilson was wiggling. Yeah.
Out of line into Reedy. Thankfully, contact was rather minimal, so they didn't come away with damage at all. And Wilson just got the rewards of getting a straight race car on the back straightaway. So there's a look at it. Yeah, just fighting the car the whole way. And didn't really know when it was going to kick out until he was right side by side with Austin Reedy, and they make that slight contact. And for Reedy, that could have also been a scare because he would have dropped a position or two to Shane Wyatt and Lawson Peel, but he has held on, and all of them have separated a bit, so maybe a scare. And Zach Wilson may drop another because Colin Forrester has found his way underneath, and that battle will develop for seventh place. Here's Joe Sanchez, bit faster than Harlow the last time by, and clocks in at another possible 10th gained on the rookie. So Sanchez, out of nowhere, has picked up a ton of speed and may get P2.
We saw this last week. You know, where was Joe Sanchez and Brandon Banks for the entirety of that race? Well, they found their way into the top 10 with about 30 to go, and you know, quiet day all race long for both the 55 and the 54. Sanchez really turned up the heat here. He's 3/10 faster last time by.
Came in with a bunch of bonus points for these playoffs, is plus 15 going into this race, and hasn't picked up a win since Bristol Motor Speedway back in late March. So it's been quite a while, Bradley, since we've seen Sanchez.
It's been a minute.
Yeah.
But even then, you know, he still put together good stage points. You know, kept his season intact. You can't win them all, right? But you can go out there and have a decent enough day that you don't fall out of the talk. And you know, there's always a topic of discussion of, you know, consistency in top tens. How you can, prime example, the driver right behind him, where you can just keep your points lead and maintain your season. You don't have to go out there and win every race, although here in the playoff format, that does help tremendously. It's still one of those things where a top 5 is good enough for most of the season.
And we're looking at some of those short track guys that are coming up into the top 3. There's Chris Progar, his Chevrolet coming down pit road. The look on board from Stephen Harlow. Hefty competition in the rearview mirror as Stampien just back in his own zip code, 9/10 of a second, and growing between those two Chevrolets. We know that Sanchez is good at these short tracks, and he's demonstrating it now. Austin Reedy, the dominant man last time we were here in Henrico County, Virginia, and Steven Stampien, a driver that specializes in these types of venues. A look on board for Reedy as he gets the run off turn 4. He'll peek down low on the Ally Chevrolet and make this a possible bid for third. Sanchez will hold his own, though, on the outside of turns 1 and 2. May actually get to the inside of Harlow before they're out of turn 4.
Seeing a lot of wall scrapes here, and so it must be difficult. They might be using that wall to keep the car straight. I don't know if there's an art to that or not, but they might be getting on the throttle and just kind of using that wall to keep the car, as you see the pass for second spot. Sanchez to the outside. It's going to get tight off of turn 2.
But he may make it happen. Sanchez, the run onto the back straightaway, not good enough to seal off Harlow for second place. And this could be the positive for Austin Reedy, who may find his way by. Sanchez clears Harlow for second, and off turn 4, Drinkin' Bros Racing puts a Chevrolet right behind the race leader. Sanchez, the man up front of this group, into turn 1, and here comes Reedy down low.
So if I'm Steve Stampien, look out, because last time before Sanchez made that pass, he was the fastest car in the top 5. And he'll progressively work towards that. And we also have lap traffic to contend with here. So Stampien kind of in a weird situation. That's the 14 of Austin Shoemaker that is right in front of him. You've seen lap cars become a factor a couple times here today. Sanchez trims a little bit off the lead that last time and by about a tenth.
He is faster, 24.120 for Sanchez, 24.257 for the current race leader, and the distance actually will close down a little bit as Sanchez gains the ground here on the long run. Doesn't really help that Stampien's getting a sniff of that dirty air from the back end of Austin Shoemaker's machine, but still a healthy gap for Stampien to work with and to find enough time just to get around this fellow Ford Mustang. He'll find the entryway off of turn 4 perhaps, but just cannot get down there. So a bit of a struggle here to get around one of the lap machines. Oh, there goes Shoemaker out of the way. So Stampien gets the courtesy from Shoemaker. He'll work to the inside and officially lap that Ford Mustang Dark Horse, who will get the lucky dog should we have a yellow sooner or later. But I'm interested to see, Bradley, just how much that slowed down Stampien and how that could help Joe Sanchez, because we don't know as much when Stampien is on the old tires and dirty air. We only know when he's on fresh tires and dirty air. How will that affect Stampien's run if Sanchez is able to move on through?
I mean, right now, based off of the times, it looks like Sanchez has been kind of holding back and saving some stuff for later in this run. It's impressive, 0.2 of a difference, and you can see on the left side of your screen that relative, it dwindled down to just under a second there briefly. Not a great exit there for Sanchez that time, but, as far as commentators go, every time I talk about something, these guys will go out there and do the exact opposite. You can see it, though. It is dwindling down. That lead is... And it could be Stampien knows that the 55 was coming. He might be in conservation mode a little bit to have something for him if the 55 does catch up.
Hey, it's part of the trade. You gotta live with the jinxes sometimes.
Yeah, for sure.
There's Sanchez underneath Shoemaker, the lap car, so nothing separating your top two. Austin Reedy has worked his way by Stephen Harlow, making quick work of the rookie. And behind them, Colin Forrester finding some pressure from the Simrap Market Chevrolet. I believe Forrester actually got by Wyatt in the recent lap. So Fast Banana seems like something is going right for them, and that's long run pace. Both of these Camrys in Forrester and Reedy were gaining positions at the tail end of stage 1 and are happening to do so here in the midway portion of stage 2, and may even bring a teammate along with them. Wyatt Brackett is starting to fire off on Brandon Banks. That's for 9th. So Fast Banana Racing, they've got something as these runs progress. They've got some pace, and here's the side-by-side action.
Approaching that where these tires aren't going to matter, and we're kind of in that split of the run for lap 230. You know that they have plenty of fuel to probably make it to around lap 190, 195. There's no reason not to use everything you can out of this tire set. You don't get it back later in the race, so you might as well go out there and try to push it for all it's worth. Banks able to hold on to 9th position. Looks like Kip Easley and Justin Winters side by side, just outside the top 10. This is for 12th.
And Winter started outside front row in 2nd. Haven't seen him run up front ever since then, but Winter still having a relatively solid night from Henrico County, Virginia. Kip Easley on the inside, and they've got the lap car Chris Progar on fresh Goodyear Eagles, so no distress signal given out for that orange and black Ford Mustang Dark Horse.
Oh.
Kip Easley is sideways. He keeps it collected at the bottom of the front straightaway, and Winters actually is going to give him the space despite all that. Oh, here come the lap cars. Shoemaker, Schoonover, and Progar splitting easily 3 wide.
Well, I had it there for a moment. There is the 3 wide again, and that's Progar, like you said, on the fresher tires, so he's just going to try to get by, and he can't really help himself because of that fresh rubber. He's a solid second faster than these cars around him. He just can't help it. The speed is there on the exits. You got to take it. And there's Bill Schoonover as well. He almost got into the back of the 22 there on the entry of 3.
That's a dangerous game. You throw those lead lap cars on older tires. Winters catches a looseness out of turn 4, similar to what Easley did in that corner the last lap by. There's Alex Huffman, who will give way to Progar and Schoonover. They've got to be really careful moving their way through. Schoonover knocks it loose, and there's easily Alex Muscarella going by Winters. Oh boy, this is scary around the mid-pack. And here's Forrester under Harlow for third.
Fast Banana showing that long run speed again. Stephen Harlow falls back to the 4th spot, might lose 5th as well. Austin Reedy is starting to approach this picture. Joe Sanchez kind of went stagnant here. It's kind of gotten quiet. He had it down to about 8/10. You can see it there again. Gotta wonder though, is lap traffic playing the factor, helping this 55 catch up, or is Stampien just, you know, in conservation? I still don't know the answer to this. I know that if Sanchez does catch up to Stampien, he'll probably bring it down pit road.
Well, there is still such a long way to go in this stage, and these drivers on this stint, should they go all the way to lap 230, you're looking at nearly 120 laps straight out on the racetrack. So I'm sure Stampien isn't pushing the issue here and knows that he has a gap to work with. He can plateau around a second above Joe Sanchez, keep it there for the most part, and not have to worry so much about Sanchez getting right to the rear bumper and causing a potential fight. We saw Colin Forrester earlier get by Stephen Harlow. He did get by his teammate Austin Reedy several laps before then. Reedy had conspicuously run the very top line in 3 and 4, something we haven't seen all night long. Not sure if it was experimentation or what. The TOW Chevrolet gets into the back of Reedy, who takes the apron, keeps it collected. That was another scare, but just lost it at the entry of the corner.
Was a little shot there from Stephen Harlow on the entry of 3. Might have sent Reedy in there a little further than he wanted to go, and he had to use extra brake to slow the car down, locked it up. Thankfully, that transition, we saw it with Kalis earlier in this race, where that transition on the apron sent the car sideways. Reedy put the right input for the wheel that it didn't step out on him, thankfully, and he'll maintain the 4th position. But Harlow, definitely aggressive. Even though this car has fallen back a couple spots, he's still showing speed and making it tough for these guys to get around him.
Well, he's still got some stage points to grab as well. In this current moment, he is still losing time to not only Reedy, but Shane Wyatt. Let's take a moment on board here with Harlow. The top of 4th gear, shift to 5th, and you'll downshift back in turn 1. What I'm noticing here, Bradley, is a lack of rotation, specifically from that right front tire. He's trying his best to compensate for that, going up high and trying to arc down low to get a straight out exit. But specifically here in 3 and 4, this car takes a while to curve around the corner, and he's in the low 4th gear range.
And even then, you can see it step out, but I think for the most part, he's kind of coming to the low line a little bit earlier. You can see Reedy and Forrester up in front of him. They're running a lot wider on the entry of the corner. They're coming down later in the turn, and that might be why that right front is crying at this point. It's just been on the bottom of the racetrack for so long that now, yeah, it was faster in the short run, but now at this point, it just can't stay down there, and he's scrubbing a lot of speed when he gets back to the throttle.
So Harlow losing time, bleeding in track position. Chris Progar, the lap Chevrolet, is going to move by, just giving a bit of run to Shane Wyatt, who gives a kiss to the outside wall in the back straightaway, but this fight might just continue on for 5th. They've got a tiptoe around Progar here. Wyatt will let the Chevrolet by, assuming Harlow will do the same back in P5. We talk about Colin Forrester, who has moved up into the podium, trying to catch up to Joe Sanchez. There he is in that pink and orange Camry. Caution flag is out, though. We'll turn to that later. Someone is in trouble, and it's Jesse Whittington.
Oh, and Whittington had worked his way back up to around the top 10. He was in, I think, 13th position when this happened to him.
It was Alex Huffman who Whittington got into in turns 1 and 2, and that brings out the yellow flag here at lap 188. So no more worries about strategy and pitting under green. And now you've got fresh rubber and a splash of fuel to make it to the end of stage 2. Here's a look at the contact that was derivative of turn 4. They were all over the place, and Huffman on the brake just slams into the rear bumper of Whittington and gets him all out of whack, sends him for the slide. And that's the yellow. That was a big time hit.
I've already made contact on the exit of 4, and then he's gonna just break up. Oh, wow. That was a heavy hit. He might not have been happy with Whittington sliding up in front of him. I don't know. It's tough sometimes to call if that's deliberate or not. You guys be the judge.
Well, they made contact off turn 4 and entering turn 3 the lap prior to this incident. So Whittington had seemingly moved Huffman up the track, then shut the door at the exit of turn 4. So watch this. The first bit of contact brings Huffman up the racing surface. Then here's the second bit of contact as Whittington slides right in front of Huffman. I'm sure there were definite intentions there.
Yeah, I don't think he was very happy with the 94 moving him up in 3. And so not only did he move him up, but then he kind of closed the door on the exit of turn 4. Huffman just got frustrated. I think he let his temper get the best of him on that.
No thoughts over the radio, so surprisingly enough, nobody hopped over the airwaves and said something to each other. Huffman just displaying his frustration out on the track, and that in turn brings out another yellow flag from Richmond. The leaders did come down pit road. Stampien won the fight off the lane easily. Austin Reedy, though, barely got by his teammate Colin Forrester, so he will overtake and enter 3rd place. What a long run that was, Bradley. It's been a lot of fun to watch from Richmond. We'll take a short break and be right back with more coverage of the Sunoco Cup Series playoffs from the Commonwealth of Virginia. Steven Stampien, the man to beat right now.
What got into you? At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Fuller,
Yeah,
needed F-150 for Smith build.
got it.
Yesterday.
I know.
Don't forget my BMW.
Gotcha. Check this out. All the major online automotive sites in one place. BMW, done. F-150, done.
How's he do it?
I can search nationwide, even those classified sites. Auto Tempest, all the cars, one search. That's how I do it.
Welcome back to Richmond Raceway. More on the outside wall. Zach Wilson finds trouble, I believe, with Brandon Banks, who gets right into the safer barrier as we just got the green flag restart. They are 3 wide down the back straightaway, and Banks has a ton of right front damage on his Chevrolet Camaro. He is limping around the speedway.
Him and the 94 both have damage. And I see something brewing here with the 94 Whittington here. He's catching back up to Huffman. Oh, we got a wreck down the 2. That's the 8 easily. That might have just saved the back of Huffman.
Easily going for the spin. Yellow is out to calm the field down. It was frenetic just from the jump to the green flag restart. Everyone on cold tires, and it begins with Brandon Banks, the teammate of Easley, who brings out this yellow officially, but it's up through the gears where something happens. It may have been contact. Yes, it was. That sends Banks hard into the wall and separates the field, giving them 3 wide on the back straightaway. Another angle here between Banks and Wilson. The contact ensued, and that's what brought both of them either down low or up high.
So that put a bunch of cars 3 wide. There's a scramble for position, and then Easley here, he has contact. And the next time we go through 1 and 2, did he have help or did he just wheel hop?
Well, you know what? We were about to see some high-quality beef between Whittington and Huffman, but in the entry of 1,
Wheel hop.
Just lost the rear end. The car goes sideways. What a save by Wyatt Brackett. Hanging off the banking and keeping that car away from mayhem, but Kip easily a relatively harmless spin, maybe some flat spotted tires, but diagnosis is not a big injury. And look at that, contact between Easley and Brackett sends the Camry for a slide, but a wonderful save and a wonderful job by both of them to stay out of any more potential issues. Here's a look from Wilson.
He's going to find a gap here between the inside wall and Easley, just enough. It already had problems on the restart, and then you see something else happen right in front of you. This is one of those moments where Wilson's probably, you know, thankful that the luck went in his favor, because it hasn't all season long. Ever since Texas, it's just kind of went downhill. And so even though that restart maybe got him out of whack, got him out of the top 10, he's able to avoid a big crash, and he's going to live to fight here for stage 2.
Thankfully, no drivers severely injured car-wise in this caution flag. Brackett and Easley will be able to get away scot-free. Not sure if Easley will consider coming back down pit road for a fresh set of Goodyear Eagles, but looks like he'll hang on for what he's got right now. There's Brandon Banks, who suffered the big-time damage fresh off the restart. He may be the biggest loser of them all here. He'll fall a lap down. And for someone, Bradley, who came into this race 15 points above the cut line, he may still have a buffer to work with, but this incident definitely sets him back.
Yeah, this car is not going to be fully functional. It did pick up a lot of damage there from that outside wall. And right on board with him. Doesn't look like it's too bad out of alignment. He could probably salvage it. We've seen drivers in this next-gen car drive with the wheel, you know, 10 degrees off center. They just have to adjust how they position their hands on the wheel, and you can still get it back up there. Hopefully, though, Banks can get a lot of this repaired. It's going to be a long road. He already took about 2 minutes, went a lap down. He probably still has another minute and a half left based off of the way that right front looks.
Banks will pick up the rest of the field. He will be a lap down. However, he will be the third car, one lap shy of the race leaders. Garrett Brown and Bill Schoonover just passed him for 23rd and 24th. So Banks, right now, will not have the lucky dog candidacy in his hand. He will have to pass those two cars under green flag circumstances and hope for a quick yellow if he wants to get back on the lead lap. We'll double them up and get things back sorted with Steven Stampien and Joe Sanchez on row number 1. We got some words from Alex Huffman in the YouTube chat. He said, "Doored me twice in one lap and self-cleared me. I ain't having it." We saw Whittington get the rear bumper of Alex Huffman just before that caution came out recently. Are there any more fireworks left between those two in this short track spectacle? Steven Stampien, Sanchez, the green flag restart.
I'm interested to see if Sanchez, now that we have fresh tires, maybe a fast banana car there with Austin Reed, is then going to have anything for the 88, who is taking over the lead both times here in the stage, got the stage 1 win. Now it looks like he might be able to run away. Not so fast. Sanchez very quick there on that last run.
So he's got two short track ringers right behind, so Stampien cannot fall asleep here in the race lead. Sanchez, the onboard look, dives underneath, pokes the nose down low. Can he have the shot at Stampien entering 3 and 4? He'll go for it. Here comes Sanchez for the lead.
This is the most difficult part of the racetrack, to get the step out. He does hold on. He keeps the grip down to the racetrack. Stampien does lead that time by, but it looks like he might lose the lead here in the 1, and a wheel hop from the 55. Mistakes are made, and there's a 96 around.
Reedy for the slide. He holds on to it on the back straightaway. Yellow does not come out. Reedy loses all of the track position. That was a scare, looking for 3 wide for the race lead. As Steven Stampien holds off the pressure from Sanchez. And look at how this started. Sanchez, right front lockup in turn 1, sends Stampien up the track. And then what happens from here, Bradley?
Well, I think Reedy saw an opportunity, but the door closed instantly. Sanchez kind of running that Austin Dillon line out of turn 2. He saw somebody to the inside and came down to prevent that pass from happening. We'll go on board here with the 96. You can see all the way up the racetrack. Here's the hole, but it's not quite there. And I think it was more of a mistake by Reedy. There was no contact. He just got onto the throttle and was really low on the apron almost.
Synchronized swimming with league owner Dakota Curtis. Both of them getting the rear ends kicked out at the exit of turn 2. Reedy in turn drops all the way back to 21st. He'll have a lot of ground left to make up. Onboard look from Stampien. He has withheld the fight from Sanchez, and this time does more reassurance to pull away. Half a second between the Chevrolets as Colin Forrester settles into 3rd place right in front of Shane Wyatt.
Well, this is 25 to go on this stage. Colin Forrester, Shane Wyatt, Stephen Harlow. You know Harlow wants to get back up there to the top 3, and this is kind of that window where Harlow can push it. He can run his line. He can run his stint like he did at the beginning of this race when he had the lead. This fits right into that 20 laps, 30 lap mark where he can push.
Big sweet spot for Stephen Harlow, but more traffic to get around. It's been easier for him on the last several restarts, no doubt about it, because he's either had the lead or 2nd place, but back in 5th, still some work to do, and in dirty air, this car handles obviously very differently from what it does in the fresh air up front. So Harlow will do his best to get by Wyatt, Forrester, and a bit of Joe Sanchez. Stephen, related to Ross Harlow, who we haven't seen in the series in quite a while, but Ross is a former Richmond winner. He was the W holder here at Richmond early in season 6. So Harlow looking to become the 2nd of that last name to get a win here at the Virginia Commonwealth. But look no further. Lawson Peel's there, and look at this. Chris Shoemaker, Justin Winters, their battle for 10th.
Yeah, I was just wanting to mention, I'm impressed at the 4 car. Even though we had problems earlier where he got loose, got down the apron in 1 and 2, snapped it, and picked up some damage from that, he's come back. He's back up here in the top 10, doing what he needs to do in true championship fashion. He knows that this is the cutoff race, and he has to do anything he can to get this car up in the top 10 for the end of this stage.
We'll keep an eye on Shoemaker. Solid comeback as he breathes this forward. We've got trouble for Brandon Banks. He has let off a ton of time, and there he is getting lapped by Wyatt Brackett. So all of a sudden, as Banks had the contact that sent him 1 lap
That
down,
car's broke.
he drops 2 laps down. There's something severely torn up with this Chevrolet.
Yeah, that right front's done. There's something broke on the suspension. He can't even get into the corner without pushing up the racetrack, and here comes Huffman to the inside. Yeah, he just... He's probably 30 mile per hour slower. He was 96 miles per hour there through the entry of turn 1, and the rest of these guys are somewhere around the 110 mark. That's a big loss.
No stress on that speedometer. He was going 89 miles an hour when the leader, Steven Stampien, went around. And Banks did hop over the radio and tell everyone, hey, I'm just going to be going slow. Just go by me. Keep aware of where I am. So Banks could theoretically be knocked out of the playoffs given this issue that drops him 2 laps down from the race leaders. Here's Alex Muscarella, Daytona winner, to get him into these 2024 Sunoco Cup playoffs in the fight with 9th place Zach Wilson. Wilson earlier had stepped into the top 3, but has settled into this top 10 territory as we get to the final 17 or so laps until the end of stage 2. Walks into this race with only a 6-point buffer between himself and that last car in the playoffs for now. 13th place, Shane Wyatt. So Muscarella doing a nice job of staying where he's at after starting in 10th place. Relatively solid run for the Lowe Chevrolet.
He's trying to chase down Shane Wyatt, who's up in 4th spot. So that little division you just talked about with the points gap, it's kind of negated right now. If they come through this stage, it could be Shane Wyatt who capitalizes. Remember, Wyatt had that top 10 from stage 1. Looks like maybe a top 5 for stage 2. Muscarella is well aware of that and has found his way back up here in the top 10. Good to see that he got that win. I think it was season 4.
Trouble,
as we have a yellow.
Fulham. Brad Fulham brings out the yellow. Exit turn 2. Ford Mustang spins around. Looks like no other damage to Fulham's machine other than a bit on the front end. Caution flag is out with about 14 laps to go until stage 2 is complete.
This is another wheel hop into 1. I mean, it's happened time and time again here tonight. Doesn't look like he had any help. Just steps out on the right rear. He's drifting, still trying to save it. Overcorrected.
there's all the damage, and where that came from, outside wall slam in turn 2. Similar to what we've seen several times over the night, Bradley. A step over in turn 1, car is lost. You attempt to save it the entire way around. And this next-gen car, very snappy when you try to get it to the other direction. Sometimes you'll be able to save it. Other times the car will spit it back in your face, and that's what happened to Fulham. Hard into the wall, yellow flag is out. Several takers on pit road. Justin Winters, Jesse Whittington among some of them who pit from pretty far back in the field. And how about Austin Reedy? He says, if I lose this track position early, why not? I'll go for the track position later. I'll pit and have the lead for stage 3.
I'm a little bit confused here because Reedy came down pit road, and I don't know that he actually got into his box here. I think he attempted. Yeah, he missed it.
Also, no attempted pit stop. And he's back in again. So Reedy, a crucial mistake on pit road, will lose him a ton more time.
There's the box right there.
Right behind Whittington.
And he
just completely overshot.
Yeah. Whoops. That's not what you want. He's back in, but look at, he's going to lose all of these positions with only 10 to go when we take the green flag.
And now he's not going to be the first car on fresh tires. Instead, it'll be Justin Winters.
Yeah, I don't think Reedy planned the pit unless, some of the guys around him came down. I think he was looking to maybe gain some positions and get a better stage, but... Or, on the flip side, we have our yellow and all these guys up in the top 10 come down pit road, and he stands to be up front at the end of it. Now, he's going to be about midfield.
Well, that's 19th place for Austin Reedy. That's where he will restart. And he'll have several cars to get around on fresh tires. With roughly 10 or so laps to go until the end of stage 2. We may go even another one, so... Probably 9 laps to go realistically on a green flag stint. That's if no other yellows come out. If we do have a burst of those caution flags, it may just stifle Reedy a little longer. And then we'll have that caution break give us the stage. Everyone should come down pit road from the main pack. And Reedy may just end up as maybe the 4th, 5th, or 6th car in line when we get that next restart. So it's Steven Stampien, the man to beat up front, the stage 1 winner, wanting to sweep them both. Joe Sanchez giving him a good fight for his money earlier on in this one. Who's back on the inside in the first row. Colin Forrester and Shane Wyatt occupy the inside and outside lane for row 2. Back in row 3 is the rookie Stephen Harlow, who's led a chunk of this race, and Lawson Peel, 2-time champ, on the outside lane. Question is, how do you stop Steven Stampien at this juncture of the race? There are only 9 laps to find out if you're Joe Sanchez and the rest of the company. Into the restart zone, a good start by Stampien. One struggle for Sanchez leaves him door-to-door with Shane Wyatt for turn 1.
I was just about to say, how do you beat Stampien? Well, you match him on the restart. Thankfully, he's able to get clear of the 27 because if he got side by side, there's contact in the 3. What a lock up there with the 55 to hold on to it.
Sanchez saves it. Here comes Forrester down the inside. And they'll let Stampien pull away easily. It may not even be a fight. With 8 laps to go in stage 2, up the track goes Forrester, bringing Sanchez with them. They will be locked door to door. Sanchez holds on to it. There was a car that burst some smoke there at the back end of the field. Will stay green. Wyatt now on the outside of Harlow as Sanchez recoups and gets 2nd place.
And again, this is where Stephen Harlow has been immaculate. He can run this short run speed, and he's in a situation where he can push this thing, and he's pretty much guaranteed to come down pit road and get 4 fresh ones. However, not a good exit to turn 2. He'll allow Shane Wyatt up to 4th. Sanchez has settled down, but continuing to pull out 6 tenths now for Stampien.
No answer. No answer for Steven Stampien at the moment, who runs a lane or so higher in 1 and 2. Sanchez did gain some time on the race leader, but not sure if there is enough time for him to catch up and make this a worthy fight. The onboard look from the 88 Chevrolet, who continues to push away Sanchez at about arm's length. And there's one car sideways down low, Muscarella, who drops 1 to 8. Now Brackett saving it in 1 and 2.
This is gonna maybe put him 3 wide, but wise move there by Zach Wilson. He saw position. He was actually focused on Muscarella there for a pass, but he saw Shane Wyatt step out. He said, I'll take that one, and I'll go back. And Wyatt, again, problems on the exit of 4.
He is struggling right now. Chris Shoemaker finds his way down low. Remember, these are 4. Some of the last spots to gain points in stage 2. 4 playoff drivers, all under a blanket. Brackett, Shoemaker, Huffman, and Erb, all of them desperately needing some points as Lawson Peel dials up the inside on Harlow. The attempted pass will work. Reset button next time by with 3 laps to go in the second stage.
Maybe a positive gain here for Shane Wyatt again. Remember, he started up here in the top 5, but looking to the inside of Forrester. They're going to be side by side in 3 and 4. This continues to allow Stampien and Joe Sanchez to just pull away. 2 to go.
Doesn't seem like there is anything for the top 2. They may have it locked in as soon as Forrester and Wyatt decide this battle. Forrester gets by via the outside lane. Wyatt will hold back regardless. Both of them achieve some good points if they stay where they're at, as Alex Muscarella continues to go blow for blow here with Zach Wilson. Brandon Banks stays out on the racetrack. Leader Stampien goes by. And Wilson, who was spending a majority of this race in the top 5, is just looking to scrap in a top 10 finish in this second stage. Wilson goes on through. Stampien runs out of turns 3 and 4. Sanchez will have nothing for him. Off the final quarter, Steven Stampien sweeps both stages from Richmond.
I mean, this is Darlington all over again. If you haven't paid attention to this race, Stampien in Clean Air has been untouchable. It's not quite the lead that we've stretched out at Darlington because that race went pretty clean and green. He was able to run his stuff and just pay attention to the track. Here with these restarts, though, we, of course, have had 6 cautions, 4 of those being official. Stempien's had his hands full on these restarts, and Sanchez, kind of a newcomer to the top 3 here lately, he's kept him honest.
It's been a dominant race for Steven Stampien, who seems to clap back from the incident that took him out so early in Atlanta last week. He'll bring Sanchez and the rest of the field down pit road. So Steven Stampien now the leader in stage wins in 2024. Give him 6 with winning both stages tonight here in Virginia. So everyone else comes down pit road. We should have those that elect to stay out, and there is the list beginning with Justin Winters, and I think Austin Reedy might have actually come in again, so he will end up not staying out. He'll stay with his diluted track position, and there's Stampien, bit of a mistake, overshoots the box.
This could be another one for Harlow or any one of these guys, Sanchez, anyone that's back here behind him. That, just 1/10 of a second that he slips the box, that could allow Forrester, Sanchez, a bunch of cars get by the 88.
Sanchez, the winner off pit road. Wyatt, Forrester, then Stampien. My goodness. One mistake costs you a lot. And he will drop even more track position, letting Lawson Peel by.
Did he get a speeding penalty, Kenneth?
Well, there is no black flag issued to Stampien, so he did not speed. He said something about not having feedback, so either Peel might have just beaten him off pit road, and Stampien was just doing the favor and letting him by, but there's the mistake, right? How much that time blends off, or bleeds off, if you just overshoot by a bit.
There's Sanchez right behind him. He's going to get the jack drop first, down and away. And that's what, just a 1/10 of a second on pit road will look like. It's 4 positions, 5 positions lost in just a matter of one pit stop.
It does a big time difference, and Stampien will be in a race worst 7th right now. We have not seen him outside of the top 3 for a majority of this race. And now he's got to do the hard work with Justin Winters, who pitted roughly 17 laps ago, staying out, and he will bring Atlanta winner Curtis Kelly with him. So they will occupy row 1, and this is our first bit of alternative strategy, Bradley. I think we really haven't seen it all night. We're looking forward to it in stage 2 because we thought it would go green all the way, but it does not. So Justin Winters, the race leader, off of strategy. Stampien drops position on pit road. Sunoco Cup playoff action on the other side from Richmond is up next. Strapped up for the restart. Stage 3 underway from Richmond. Kelly struggling to get going. Sanchez pushes forward to second. Justin Winters leads the field into turns 1 and 2 at lap 236. Welcome back to our coverage on VSPEED for playoff action. Kenneth Bueno and Bradley Cooper along with you. 3 wide in turn 3. Wilson bullying his way past Stephen Harlow.
Was tight. I don't think you get away with that on older tires. I think these 4 fresh ones that are allowing these guys to get a little bit physical on this restart. But if you're Zach Wilson, Lawson Peel, Stephen Harlow, you're on borrowed time before this thing starts wheel hopping again.
Winters has to play carefully, but good news is side by side for second, so they'll bleed a bit of time here behind the Allen's Legacy Racing Ford Mustang, who will chew up some time at the front of the field. Here comes Forrester taking a bite out of Winters down low. Sanchez gets flushed up high and now has to worry about Stampien, who off the pit road mistake dropped back to 4th. Forrester underneath, a nose ahead, and off the final corner, Colin Forrester leads his first lap of the night.
So that mistake, this goes back to the mistake on pit road. If you're the 88 team right now, you're in this traffic, you know what you got to do. 51 is loose. Wilson loses 3 more spots there. He gathered it up quickly, but he was running in about 10th, now back to 14th.
It's a cold tire case for a lot of these guys, specifically off turn 2. Wilson, a victim there. He drops one to Alex Hoffman, who's spending his time saving his car midway through the corner. Wonderful save by Hoffman, and now Muscarella drops sideways. Boy, everyone is out of shape.
Yeah, it's hard to keep up with it. I'm working overtime here, just trying to figure out who's losing spots so quickly. We got the telemetry here, the live data, and seeing all these things light up. There's 4 or 5 cars that are lighting up on my list. There's Shane Wyatt. He also gets wiggly loose off of turn 2. This is Justin Erb back here. He had a little problem. He's got the 75 of Chuck Phelps to the inside. Wilson has fallen back. He's got one of those positions back here. He's going to go to work on the 4 of Shoemaker. And then it's Lawson Peel to the inside in 1 and 2.
And he had to sweep underneath. 3 wide action. Wyatt and Winters were up top. Peel gets 1 off turn 2. You'll look under Winters here. This is going to be for 4th place on the racetrack. Peel has been sneakily fast over the night, but hasn't been able to convert it to a podium run or any time at the race lead, which is odd for someone as dominant as Lawson Peel, who finally works his way by Justin Winters. But as the battle for the lead develops, Sanchez is working up high on Colin Forrester with Stampien in the background. This may allot for enough time for the 2-time champ to catch up.
Yeah, I think it's going to put Stampien in a weird position as well, that even if he does get clear of these two cars, does that use up more of the tires? We know that he's fast in clean air, but getting up here on, 4 or 5 cars that he had to pass to be in this situation, is that using up that right front a little bit more? You can see he's running it lower on the racetrack, and that didn't pay off for Stephen Harlow earlier in this race. It could be a factor later on in this run.
Well, this is the first time, Bradley, early in a run to which we've seen so much side-by-side action between those up front. Stage 1 and 2 mirror image with Harlow the leader, then Stampien behind, but they wouldn't go side-by-side until the cliff started to hit on Harlow's set of Goodyear Eagles. But you've already had Sanchez going up top on Colin Forster, Steven Stampien having to make moves, cutting through the field just to get to that podium spot. Lawson Peel not working there, and still some pressure on the back end of Forster. So by no means is this race over. I guess you do have to ask that question, Bradley. How hard are these guys pushing on their set of tires, and does that benefit someone like a Lawson Peel, a Shane Wyatt, even a Stephen Harlow, who are camping back in traffic?
Yeah, I think it will. And, for Stampien, he's sitting back here, maybe even getting held up a little bit, as looks like Sanchez is still trying to figure out a way around Colin Forster, who's playing excellent defense on the entries and exits of these corners. And the 31 is going to continue to lead some laps. Fast Banana, for the first time tonight, puts one of their cars up front.
You mentioned that Fast Banana, this team led 138 laps in last week's race at the virtual Atlanta Motor Speedway. Forster, the lap-led leader from Hampton, Georgia, with 61, the most out of anyone in the field, and only right behind him was Eddie Smith with about 38 laps led at the Super Speedway. Forster was a dominant force and has not picked up a win since race number 2, March 10th at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. The last time we've seen Colin Forster get to victory lane. Fast Banana have found some wins with Curtis Kelly, but haven't had any from Austin Reed or Wyatt Brackett. But Forster maybe looking for that second win is, oh boy, here comes the battle. Huffman and Whittington.
I was waiting for this to happen again. Here we are. Whittington to the bottom. Huffman giving them plenty of room. Did they put it behind him, or are we going to see fireworks again, Kenneth?
Well, you got to give enough leeway at a short track to let somebody use you up a little bit, but a lot of drivers don't have a high threshold or a pain tolerance, and Huffman didn't have it as Whittington shut him off, and as they caused one of the yellows on, it looked like Whittington almost made the same mistake. Huffman's going up high, and he's still saving that race car. It's been tough to handle, and, well, there's the battle diminished. Yeah.
Really impressive. Forster, gets the lead and showing that clean air is helpful, but at the same time, yeah, he's got the speed. And where did it come from? He's been quiet all day, maybe, in the top 10 for most of this race, but never really showing that he had top 3 speed. And here he is holding off 2 of the fastest cars on the racetrack in that last run.
Well, I'm sure that Colin Forster is looking for a proper knockout tonight after not seeing his pick go for a knockout last night in UFC 306, the first UFC event to be held at the Las Vegas Sphere. I was going to bring this up while we were under green as Stampien swerves down low and takes a shot at Sanchez for second place. Colin Forster had a 4-pick parlay for UFC 306 last night, someone who is actively watching the mixed martial arts scene, and voted for Valentina Shevchenko to have the over on significant strikes, had Sean O'Malley for the over on knockouts in his title bout. Raul Rosas Jr. had the higher on finishes, and the same for Brian Ortega. That was almost the entire main card for UFC 306. None of those went Forster's way. Dropped $43 on that and lost it in that 4-pick parlay. So I'm giving my condolences for the bet side for Colin Forster, but I'm sure he's not thinking about that right now. All he has in mind is pulling away from the group who's starting to cluster behind. Sanchez, Stampien, Peel, and Wyatt have closed in, and 4 of these Chevrolets at least within half a second of each other.
We're seeing that Stampien keeps taking a stab at Sanchez to try to get it by, but he just can't get him clear. And That is allowing Forrester to just slowly pull away. Another 10th there, as you saw out of the exit of turn 2. And for every lap that they go side by side, that could be another 10th. Another 10th here, another 10th there. That's even more ground that we talked about Stampien maybe burning this thing up, trying to get by all this traffic. And now creating more ground between him and the leader, it can make it even more difficult to get up there and get up front.
Well, it's looking like a contentious UFC bout for second. Stampien with another attempted heave in 3 and 4. And to no avail, here comes the third man in the cage, Lawson Peel. We mentioned him, Wyatt, and Stephen Harlow can start catching up as the field starts to dwindle their set of Goodyear Eagles. Here comes the Mississippi native of Peel down low, and this will be the first time all night long, Bradley, we see Peel in the top 3 as long as he can complete the pass. We'll hit the reset button and try again in turns 3 and 4.
Don't sleep on old Shane Wyatt back there either. He is lurking in this hunt, waiting for some of these guys to make a mistake. And how about the rookie? I mean, just phenomenal. Kind of picked up where Eddie Smith left off. As soon as we kind of saw the attendance drop for Eddie Smith, here comes Shane Wyatt out of nowhere, just starts stringing together top 5 finishes. And if you tell some of these guys that they have a chance to win a championship, completely changes their mentality.
Wyatt, someone who is relatively skilled at these short tracks. Our last one was White Lightning, Dover Motor Speedway, earlier in the season. That was one of the last regular season outings, and he came away ninth after starting in 14th. So for Wyatt, short tracks may just be his bread and butter. And after starting 5th, he is sitting exactly there, P5, at the back end of this quad group. As here is Alex Muscarella, Austin Reedy, both of them going door to door. Remember, Reedy was one of those cars who pitted a little while ago, but ultimately stayed out, or was going to stay out with Justin Winters, elected to come back down pit road, got another set of Goodyear Eagles, as well as it appeared some damage repair. Was the 34.5-second stop as Sanchez finds trouble. Caution flag is out, and now Reedy gets turned by Muscarella.
So Joe Sanchez had
to
problems.
Sanchez?
I don't know, but that car is totaled. It's done for the day. This was all in synchronization. You saw the contact there with Muscarella and Reedy. Reedy saved it, but Sanchez, the right side is destroyed on this machine.
Lap 261, entry of turn 1. Something dire happens to Sanchez's machine. He just straight lines it into the outside wall. And it appears to be a technical gremlin behind the simrig of Sanchez. So he already
had
hit the
damage.
damage.
This car was beat up for a long time. This happened way before anything with Muscarella.
Oh boy, close call with Justin Erb. And this is what happened. So it's entry turn 1. You're going to see this Ally Chevrolet go in, business as usual, but then he doesn't turn. It appears this car was in dire straits, entering turn 1.
Ow. And that did bring out the yellow. I mean, I think him stopping on the racetrack after this next wall contact, because you see the car's just not turning. That right front wheel is completely disconnected from the track, and Erb does get a piece of that. Then even further ahead, you had Reedy go sideways. So for a lot of these guys, they just dodged one, and another one happened right in front of them. We'll go back and look at what happened to Reedy as well.
So this will take Joe Sanchez out of the race, and with Austin Reedy, this was after they went around the troubled Sanchez. Side by side in 3 and 4, and it just appears that left side tires of Reedy gets caught in the apron, and that's where he goes sideways. Gets the extra tap from Muscarella, goes back to straighten. For Reedy, I think that's more of what caused that yellow flag. Reedy has taken his trip back down pit road, but on pit road, Lawson Peel just beat everyone off the lane, and for the first time tonight, Lawson Peel will lead some laps from Richmond.
We've seen so many passes for the lead happen on pit road. I mean, I think pit road could dictate the outcome of this race. If you're making mistakes or you're having bad stops, can't get this thing up to speed, you're losing 1 or 2 spots. Again, goes back to Stampien. He's back in third again. Not as bad as the last time around, but it just goes to show that you can very easily pass a lot of cars if you're able to get in and out of your stall cleanly.
And this is great news for Lawson Peel, who was basically at the top of the standings at the playoff opener from Atlanta last Sunday, but got bounced back to 4th. Even with all those bonus points he picked up, it was a rough performance overall. Still picked up a top 10, but it came with a ton of resilience to even get to that point. And for the first time tonight at lap 266, Lawson Peel will take over the race lead over Colin Forrester, Steven Stampien, Stephen Harlow, and Shane Wyatt. Another look at those playoff standings. Curtis Kelly, the winner from last week. A reminder that he's got the golden ticket to the round of 12 opener at Watkins Glen. Colin Forrester, Austin Reedy, Lawson Peel, Chris Shoemaker made up the top 5. And then at that cut line, Eddie Smith, who's not in this race tonight, will be eliminated from eligibility of the championship. Steven Stampien, with his strong performance and with sweeping both stages, he should be well above that cut line now. Jesse Whittington has struggled a bit over the night. He may float around that top 12. Shane Wyatt, who picks up top 5, may actually escape elimination. Zach Wilson and company, Wyatt Brackett along with him, both of them are still teetering around that cut line edge. And out of turn 4, lap 268, Lawson Peel, the leader, back to turn 1.
I tell you, Curtis Kelly's got to be super thankful that he had a good week last week. He's sitting back here in the 20th position on this restart, and he's had a rough day today. 71 team probably, you know, thankful for that finish, but at the same time, they would probably like to go into the round of 12 with a little bit better. So he's still got time. He's still in the lead lap. A lot of ground to make up and plenty of laps to do it. Pass for second here with Forrester and Stampien side by side in 2.
They stay door to door, allowing Lawson Peel to stretch out by just a little bit. Forrester lunges it into turn 3, hoping to just clear Stampien outright, but it will not work. Stampien keeps the nose in. Onboard look from the rookie Harlow, who's led a ton of laps over this night. Forster's going way up the racetrack. An alternative line that could work, and he gets his nose there. Harlow is loose. He saves it. What a run by Harlow to keep that collected.
All in live in real time. You got to see him work that wheel back and forth. He falls back to 8th, but he was challenging for the 3rd spot there on the inside of Forrester, who had washed up the track a little bit. He ran that high line, and maybe that threw the 33 off. I don't know.
Eager on the throttle, sideways went Harlow, and in turn dropped track position. He is down to 8th place. And here's Alex Huffman, fellow playoff runner, getting around Alex Muscarella. Muscarella fights with Brackett here for 10th place, entering turn 1. Reminder, these are a ton of playoff drivers that came in below that cut line. And there are a ton of yellow banner cars back there. Austin Reedy, who has struggled to get going ever since he lost track position. He's back in 14th, working his way through with a bit of connection issues. He's under Jesse Whittington now, but how much of a struggle has it been, honestly, Bradley, for Reedy over the course of this run? As one of the strongest cars midway through the race, and that one mistake has set his race back a ton.
Yeah, I mean, doubling down on pit road and then coming in again. I don't know. He's got to be frustrated now. I mean, another connection issue. We've seen that a couple times tonight. Yeah, it's been kind of like, I don't know. You got to see like the ingredients of this racetrack, and sometimes you get some of those rogue things that happen, but you still got to mix them up into that pot. You got to keep mixing until you come out with something, and it's not always the best recipe, but if it's good enough for Reedy, this is one of those things where, yeah, the pit strategy, coming down, missing your stall, coming back in during the stage break. Now you're in traffic. There's 101 things that can go wrong. Here he is on the outside there of Shoemaker for a brief moment. He's just got to make the best.
And we're 25 laps away from 100 laps to go. So, in turn, the time is somewhat running out. if you're Austin Reedy, not to say that he is in jeopardy of being eliminated, but given the strength he shows at this 3/4 of a mile track, it is shocking to see what has happened and transpired over the course of this race. The onboard look from the Fast Banana Camry. He pounces on Chris Shoemaker, who has been topsy-turvy over the 9th pit loose out of turn 4, but not enough to warrant any big concern as he charges on Alex Muscarella. That fight for 11th may still be up for auction, keeping tabs with the Chevrolet, Ford, and Toyota as we push forward. When have we seen this before? Bradley Peel versus Stampien. Often we've seen them go toe-to-toe on the racetrack, and here they are at lap 277.
I've seen it quite a few times, and, you know, particularly this season, it's been one or the other, though, and a shout out there to the battles that we saw at Charlotte with Lawson Peel and the 99, you know, putting it into turn 1. It's actually part of the introduction to the Sunoco Cup Series and what they do. Lawson Peel is true championship standards. He's one of those guys that can absolutely get it done anywhere we go. He's kind of upsetting this race right now with their 2-time on the stage just behind him. They've pulled away from Shane Wyatt by about a full second.
Well, it has been a little minute since we have seen Peel and Stampien go one-on-one, sitcom style. We saw them go with it at Dover Motor Speedway, the Monster Mile. Stampien, the winner of that one. That turned out to be his second win of the campaign, which turned into 2 races won in a row after Darlington. I'm sure Peel wants a bit of that crown back. It's been since mid-July since we've seen Peel go back to victory lane here in the Sunoco Cup Series. The look on board from Stampien. He tries to pounce on the race leader with some lap traffic upcoming.
So again, this car on the lower line looks like it's very unstable. Stampien doing the best he can to keep pace with the 12, but that dirty air, it's not helping anybody behind. Stampien hasn't had to deal with that too much today, but now in the later half of this race, he's been in it every single lap since pretty much the end of stage 2.
Well, could this be the strongest battle we see for Stampien all night long? Stephen Harlow has been a threat. Colin Forster has been there. Joe Sanchez has given him a bit of a run. But is Lawson Peel the man that is harder to beat across these last 118 laps from the virtual Richmond Raceway? We understand that there is at least one more pit stop in the cards for these guys, whether that be under yellow or not. So I'm not sure, Bradley, as a driver, if you're thinking about that right now, do you want to prep for it sooner than later? As here's Zach Wilson under Colin Forster. That's for 4th place.
Yeah, I think we're all thinking about it. I mean, it comes up every time we get to that point, though. It seems like we've had a yellow flag. So do we officially get those green flag pit stops? We haven't had that cycle yet this race, and that would probably be the last ingredient that would kind of put this thing in the oven, you know? That's the situation that you have to always be aware of. No matter where we go, these races can go green, and for the final stage being the longest, it's very likely that we could get those green flag pit stops.
We had 160 laps for stage 2. It's 170 in this final stage, so a little bit longer, but not by much. If you're thinking strategy, you may just pit at the midway portion. You may just pit a little bit later. You can go a little while on the fuel tank. That's not the concern for those behind the wheel. It's more those tires. You've got a ton of tire sets available to you, but it's about how you use them and when you want to. It has mattered a ton over the course of this race. How about Kip Easley? The 3 Cheese Chevrolet for Drinkin' Bros Racing rolled off on the grid. 11th place, is one of those guys not fighting for the Sunoco Cup Series championship, but like we see week in and week out here in Sunoco action, non-playoff drivers do spoil the party a little bit. Easily one of 2 non-playoff drivers currently in this top 10.
Yeah, he's doing a fine job. Good qualifying, top 10 speed. He did have a little bit of issues there in the first stage of the race where he got sideways and came across the, I believe, traffic there at one point. I think Easley is one of those guys that everyone agrees could have been in this top 16 for the, you know, he just kind of missed that cutoff and had some bad luck in the mid-season, wasn't able to overcome it. But overall, Kip Easley definitely a formidable driver, and we'll keep seeing him make appearances for the remainder of the season. You know, he could go out there and get another victory. We've got plenty of tracks he's good at.
Gonna correct myself, one of 3 current drivers that are not in the playoffs in the top 10. Nesting with the rest of this yellow bannered group, it's Winters, Easley, and the 33 car of Stephen Harlow. All of them non-playoff drivers. You can tell by the generic black windshield and black spoilers on their race cars. They are not marked with a playoff contingency, so they are not running for the title, but they've done a phenomenal job. And here comes Steven Stampien up front, had a look underneath the race leader in 1 and 2. The second attempt gets him door to door, almost knocks in the quarter panel of Lawson Peel, and Peel stays ahead for now.
That was tight going into 3. I think Peel kind of played defense and pinched him down a little bit, but nothing too dramatic. If he hits the reset button, he's going to look at another way. I think for Stampien, 3 and 4 has been the place that he's really made the attempts, but I think when you're racing Peel, you got to take it wherever it shows up. You got to be able to pass on both sides of this racetrack.
Well, how patient or impatient should you be if you're Steven Stampien? Does the lead matter this much now prior to strategy?
I think he's got both those stages, so it doesn't matter as much. He's kind of signed and he's clicked his ticket to go into the next for the final 12 in the next round. I don't know how important it is to him. I know he loves being up front in that clean air. That's been really beneficial to the 88, but he's also allowed Shane Wyatt to slowly reel these guys in. And so the situation could be entirely different by the time we get to those pit stops. If we do get green flag pit stops, Shane Wyatt could be on the lead end of this.
Last lap by, Wyatt was the quickest car in the top 5. This time it's Lawson with a 23.572, but you're right, Wyatt is there. So while Stampien continues to throw dart and dart after Lawson Peel in the battle for the race lead, Shane Wyatt, who has been patient, hanging in the crowd, is ready to take center stage should these two tango and lose a ton of time. We know that there will be at least 105 laps left to go from Richmond, and there will be at least one more pit stop for tires before this race is over. Wyatt could put himself in the best place possible, right in the sweet spot for 3rd place, just to be able to grab what would be his first career Sunoco Cup win. And what a moment it would be if Wyatt can complete that, to do it in the playoffs and get that golden ticket to that round, including Watkins Glen and Michigan.
Well, that's the other thing. We've got a lot of tough tracks coming up, and if Shane Wyatt doesn't like Watkins Glen, well, he's going to have to do good here, put himself in a better situation. A win would help tremendously with that. That would put him up there, you know, at the top for this next reset, right next to, I believe it was Curtis Kelly. And so, you know, the top 2, that helps a lot. That means you go into that road course and you just got to get a top 10. You don't have to go out there and push yourself and get too dramatic. I think my bias is that I don't like road courses, so I know going into that there's a lot of people that don't like those.
Well, hey, some people say that Watkins Glen is more like an oval on the road course category, right? It's a relatively fast road course. You don't have as many technical corners like you would, let's say, Sonoma, Charlotte Roval, Circuit of the Americas, Road America, that are more of the kind permanent road courses that have
I just don't like that
more
chicane.
technicality.
Don't like the chicane. I've never figured that out, Kenneth. I see guys cut it. You know, I can get through the S's, I can get through the 90s, but when it comes to that chicane, I lose so much time, and then when I go to the carousel, I get frustrated and I overshoot it. Just, yeah, and it's not as technical as Sonoma, I agree, but it is a road course nonetheless, and I guess it's just not in my DNA to turn right.
Well, hey, you know, we're in the Sunoco Cup Series broadcast team, so I'm sure we can ask some of the drivers to help us. I'm sure that Lawson Peel would be willing to lend a hand. He's one of the more decorated road course racers in this series, so I'm sure that we'll have somebody there with us.
Yeah, and we've already
road
seen...
Road courses are fun, honestly. They're a ton of fun on the sim. And with these next-gen cars that are a little more built for road course racing than the generation behind it, I mean, it's a ton of fun to drive as soon as you get a little used to it.
And how about this? I want to shout out Justin Winters that, you know, he stayed out there on that stage break and put himself in track position, led some laps. he's maintained a top 10 ever since he did that. He was outside the top 10 for most of the day, now sitting in 6th position, and he's challenged one of the drivers that's been up here pretty much all race long, and that's Zach Wilson just ahead of him. So how about that for Winters? Just a phenomenal drive. Sometimes you see guys that pull this strategy and they fall really quickly because they're on a different tire stint. Shout out to the 22 and what he's doing here in the last stage.
Winters is on par to get his best career finish this season. It would be 6th right now. His best finish of the year was 10th place, and he did that twice. Las Vegas in round 2, Nashville Super Speedway in late June. So for Winters, this would be a standout performance, not only for him, but for Allen's Legacy Racing, who has had a successful first year in this series with Alex Huffman getting into the playoffs, winning at Talladega Super Speedway, and showing us just how good he is on the sim. So you got to give the props to Allen's Legacy Racing for what they have been able to do as one of the smaller teams in the Sunoco Cup Series, right, Bradley? Because you look at Fast Banana, they're a group of 4. Drinking Bros Racing is a group of 4. Dropping the Hammer is also a group of 4. Race Team was 4 until they dropped some numbers, but they're about 2 or 3 drivers strong. You know, RTR Motorsports has several guys. Pomen Motorsports has a full lineup as Harlow wiggles loose. Out of turn 4, there's Austin Reedy breaking free for 8th place. But for a 2-man group, a ton of credit you have to give them for what they've been able to do.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot that goes into that people maybe don't think about when you're practicing, testing, especially in open setup leagues, but, you know, not just there, but in Sunoco. Maybe there's guys that know something you don't. They have more experience, or they're just have more free time to go out there and test and practice through the week. And so they relay that information, they bring it to the table. And, you know, it sometimes can help calm a driver too when he has a couple guys there in the chat to talk to and say, you know, my race isn't going great. You know, help me through this. Maybe guys get up on the box that aren't racing this week and help spot or work the strategy. There's a lot that can be said about a big team with a lot of people surrounding them. So to do the same things and keep cars up here in the top 10 with less guys, it's mighty impressive.
So let's get you through the running order. Lawson Peel, the race leader, by half a second over Steven Stampien. Shane Wyatt running in 3rd place. Colin Forrester, who is slowly catching up to Wyatt, occupies 4th place. Zach Wilson has settled nicely in 5th. Justin Winters, we talked about, P6 right now for the Ford Mustang. Back in 7th, the Chevrolet of Kip Easley. 9th place to Austin Reedy, who's enabled a solid comeback over this run. And Alex Huffman making it both of the Allen's Legacy Racing Ford Mustangs in the top 10 is 9th. Stephen Harlow, who wiggled out of the way once and then twice, is that last man in the top 10. And with still about 91 laps left from Richmond, talk strategy. These guys are now clocking in lap 46 of their stints. And basically everyone on the lead lap is either ahead by a lap or behind by a lap on tires. It isn't necessarily a large discrepancy. We know that can change soon though. So with 90 laps to go, are you now thinking strategy? Are you thinking what to do for that last stop?
If I have a yellow banner and I'm outside of the top 10 right now, yeah, strategy is very important. But I think for the most part, up here in the top 5, maybe even back to Huffman and Harlow, they're probably all going to pit within the same lap. Outside of that, if you're Alex Muscarella, Chris Shoemaker, you're sitting back here at 12th, 13th position, and you're having problems as Muscarella gets very loose there out of turn 2, chases it down the backstretch. You're probably thinking right now, if I could short pit, maybe stand to gain 3 or 4 spots on this. I think that's crossed the minds of a lot of these guys back here as we see the battle for 12th heat up a little bit more. I don't know. It's a tough call here to know exactly, but I think you pit within a lap or two. If Lawson Peel comes down, you can't afford to stretch it too much further because he'll burn you up.
Well, there's the first car down pit road. It's Justin Winters, not a playoff guy, but at lap 313, that's when the first car in the top 10 elects for a pit road stop. Winters should be good on fuel and tires for the rest of this race. It is going to be a relatively tall ask. 87 laps is a long way to go. So Winters logs into his pit box, and here's the battle for the lead, still underway. Stampien finds space underneath Lawson Peel.
It's another stab there through 1 and 2, but 3 and 4 is the better side here for the 88. I think Peel knows that. He pinches him down again, and I think he's going to hold him off at least one more lap.
But Stampien keeps his nose there. Peel is about a lane or two higher. Stampien gets the run down low, cannot hug the yellow line, kicks out the rear end. Peel the nose ahead, down the back straightaway into turn 3. Stampien is down. Peel is gonna hang on, but this battle for the lead continues as Colin Forrester picks up from third.
And Forrester last time by about 2/10 faster, so for every lap that these two are dueling it out through 1 and 2, gonna be side by side again down the backstretch. Forrester shaves off another 2/10. It could be a three-way battle for the lead as look at Stampien send it into 3 to get clear.
Steven Stampien back to the point for Richmond Raceway, and that is in enough time for Colin Forrester to get there, but not to make a move. Peel is not going to go away without a counter punch. Tries to lunge it in 1 and 2, unsuccessful. Stampien, the race leader with 83 laps to go.
Well, that took a long time. We're talking about 53 laps before Stampien. That's the longest fight I think we've seen. Harlow was about 35, 40 laps before Stampien was able to get around him. Then you had Sanchez who fought and fought. There wasn't really a moment there where I thought Stampien wasn't going to be able to get around anybody until Lawson Peel got in front of him.
This is where Peel is starting to struggle with his set of Goodyear Eagles. Is his calling card for pit road coming up soon? Colin Forrester has swept by for second place, and this is perfectly aligned with the lap traffic that these guys will start to creep up towards. Shane Wyatt is back in 4th place. He may have the possible door open to catch up to these guys, just as Stampien and others dig into the dirty air from the first lap car in line. The 28 machine of Casey Knighton, Dustin Reeves, and Brandon Banks are up the road. We know that they will most likely give courtesy, Bradley, to those up front, and will let these guys move on through without a problem. But one move can shake it all up. We've seen it with Sean Kalis. We've seen it with others. It could help Colin Forrester get back to the point.
Well, and I've seen Forrester in the long run. It looks like he's a little bit quicker than Stampien, and that goes back to how long did it take the 88 to get around the 12 of Peel. Probably burned up the right front a little bit that they were side by side, what, 3 laps? So Forrester probably going to take a stab at it here very soon as they navigate this traffic. He's going to look for a window, and I think if you're Lawson Peel, you might come down pit road here in the next 3 or 4 laps.
Well, here's some lost time from Stampien. Forrester is right there on the rear bumper of that drop in the Hammer Chevrolet. By no means is the fight for the race lead over in 1 and 2. Forrester will arc down low, gets a straighter exit. This is a beautiful launch. Entering turn 3, will he go down? The answer is no. But another lap car up the road. Dustin Reeves may alter the complexion of this race for the top spot. Both of these guys have led a considerable amount of laps. Stampien, though, the outright dominant driver of the day. Forrester will hang tough, but he stays back.
26 laps led there for your 12th place starting spot of Colin Forrester. 161. It's the most laps led, and 2 stages for Steve Stampien as they navigate Dustin Reeves. I think now this is the opportunity. If Forrester has anything for the 88, this is the chance. He'll take a stab in 1.
Let's go for the race lead. Forrester down low on Stampien. And just like Lawson Peel, Stampien having to play a bit of defense. The lunge in 3 lets Colin Forrester by the Florida native to the front at Richmond.
Nice execution. That was quick work for the 31. I know that confirms for me in my mind that Steve Stampien lost a lot of time and a lot of resources to keep this car up front, trying to get around Lawson Peel.
And you're right, Bradley. This is the point of the race to where you're going to start to consider pit road more and more with every passing lap. Just wanted to touch the fact that the VSPEED machine of Zach Wilson came in about 3 or so laps ago. So he's on a fresh set of Goodyear Eagles. Watch him outside 3 wide in the attempt to unlap himself. Wyatt Brackett and Justin Winters, they're going side by side. Stephen Harlow hits from inside the top 15. So he's in by his lonesome. We're slowly getting everyone trickling down pit road. It's just about when it is for those up front.
So for Harlow, his situation here is he was outside the top 5 coming in this time around. He's going to have to go a really long stint here. We're talking about 70 laps roughly. That's a long time, and probably around halfway through that, he's going to start to suffer on tires. So he's really going to have to be careful and save his stuff. Kip easily down pit road as well. Looks like Stampien just in front of him.
Stampien pitted from 2nd place, so he's in first, which is somewhat surprising. We thought Lawson Peel would be the first to strike. Now here comes the Chevrolet getting onto the apron. He's in, and Stampien another overshooting of his pit box.
Tough break there. I don't know what it is there. I think it might be the curve just before his pit stall that's causing him to overshoot it a little bit. Maybe I believe they call him the lollipop, where he's holding that sign. It might just be a little bit out of alignment there for the 88.
So Stampien is in. Lawson Peel is on pit road right now. Wyatt Brackett has just lifted off the jacks. Shane Wyatt has come in for his set of service. Alex Huffman is now down pit road. There's that bright greenish yellow Ford Mustang Dark Horse that comes in, which leaves Colin Forrester, Austin Reedy, and Alex Muscarella as the top 3 on track yet to come down for their final stop with 70 laps to go. Lawson Peel is just getting by Alex Muscarella for 3rd, so that should get him to unlap himself a little easier as Reedy and Forrester come down the lane. And Peel is not actually the leader on the fresher tires. Zach Wilson, who has 9-lap-old Goodyear Eagles, has settled into 12th. That's the man to beat as he's 1 lap down.
He's about 2.5 seconds ahead. Actually, 4 or 5 seconds. Lawson Peel is back there. Justin Winters is 2 seconds behind this. So Zach Wilson, I mean, this is one of those trade-offs. He gets some laps led out of this, probably. But where are these tires going to be at lap 390? I don't know that he's going to be able to maintain this.
And the caution flag is out. It is Wyatt Brackett, the playoff driver, who finds contact and is limping down the back straightaway. And that is huge, Bradley. A ton of playoff drivers a lap down.
This trapped a lot of cars, Stampien included. This shakes up the whole strategy. Forrester and Reedy.
And there may have been more trouble with the teammate of Brackett and Colin Forrester, who was leading this race. As Brackett came off of pit road recently, was just putting around on the racetrack all by himself. And he just loses the race car mid-corner. And then here comes Forrester. Oh my.
That's interesting there. I mean, we're going board here with a 30. I mean, he's snapping free. He locked it up a little bit and got that wheel hop again. You could see on the entry of this corner. Watch the wheel.
Yeah, just overcorrects it in the attempt to save it. That car almost stops. There's Forrester reacting late. Not a ton of damage, but still had to take some time down pit road to repair it. Remember, he was out on track. He will not inherit the race lead. It appears Zach Wilson might. Actually, never mind. Here comes Forrester back again. So Forrester, the race leader on fresh tires, with Austin Reedy and Alex Muscarella, your top 3. And this yellow flag desperately helps out all of those mid-pack guys who are reaching out for hope to get past that cut line. Chris Shoemaker who's in top 5, now gets fresh tires in track position. Justin Erb gets the same. And guess who else? Bradley Jesse Whittington, who has been struggling all night long.
Yeah, this flip-flops the top 10. There's a lot of cars up here that had stayed out and now have an opportunity to have, you know, probably 5 to 10 lap pressure tires. You know, some of these guys came back in even though they were done with their pit stops. For a lot of them, though, they got trapped a lap down, so they don't have that opportunity. In order for them to get back on the lead lap, they have to stay out and get this free pass. So for Colin Forrester, Austin Reedy, Alex Muscarella, this is a perfect scenario to put them into the top 5. And without any other yellows, they could very easily run away with this race.
So this alters the field dramatically, and the problem for a ton of guys who were a lap down at the moment of yellow. Lawson Peel, who just came down pit road, is 14th. Steven Stampien, former race leader, is 15th. Shane Wyatt back in 16th place. And then Zach Wilson, who came down pit road just now, will be 11th. So he won't be bleeding that much here at this juncture of the race, but with a little over 60 laps left, it has completely changed what we are about to expect for the rest of this one. And for Fast Banana, they are the losers and the winner at the same time. They get Brackett taken out in this crash, bringing out the yellow. He is disconnected from the session, so Wyatt Brackett may just be fully eliminated from round of 12 eligibility. But meanwhile, it brings Colin Forrester and Austin Reedy clean air at the front of the field. They will man the in and outside of row number 1. Alex Muscarella and Chris Shoemaker back in 3rd and 4th. Justin Erb and Jesse Whittington getting a huge blessing. In 5th and 6th, they will be for the restart. Curtis Kelly, Chuck Feltz, Garrett Brown, and Aaron Adcock, your top 10. Boy, has this one changed a ton. From Richmond Raceway, just over 60 laps remaining. Forrester back to the green flag.
Here goes Muscarella on the inside for 3rd position. Chris Shoemaker, who was kind of left for maybe a top 10 here today, up in the top 5. Jesse Whittington, your pole sitter, finally finds his way back up here. He has an opportunity. He's shown the speed. He has the damage fixed. Looks like that car's back up to par.
And the best thing for these guys is that they've got fresher tires than even the best of the drivers behind them who are past 10 laps on their set. Here comes Wilson. Inside look on Aaron Adcock. This is just to break into the top 10. Wilson squeaks on by, and there's the pack behind. Lawson Peel, Justin Winter, Steven Stampien. All of them have a rough road ahead of them.
Navigating the traffic. This is going to be one of those, well, if you're Stampien, you're probably frustrated, but you got to go to work. This is where you earn that paycheck. You got both the stages. Let's go up here and get the top 10. You're 13th right now. It's going to be a long, bumpy road, but hopefully in the next 60 laps, you can call yourself up there into the final 12.
Well, if they were saving pretty hard in one of their last runs up front, where they have to max save on their set of Goodyear Eagles, they do not want to blow them out if this race happens to go green. This is at the point of the event where you are good on fuel to make it to the end of this race. You should have enough in the tank to make it at least 60 or more laps, but it's about how those tires last. That's if we do not get a yellow flag for the rest of the event. And it's a massive if, as here is Shoemaker underneath Muscarella. That's for 3rd place.
Super impressed here that the speed and the 4. There's Whittington into the wall just behind it. And that's going to allow Justin Erb up to the top 5. Overshoots the entry of 3 a little bit. Almost contact. They're going to stay side by side across the tri-oval. We're starting to see some of these guys that were in the top 5 earlier cycle back now. Lawson Peel cracks the top 10 and slowly progresses his way back towards the front.
Looks like he is still fast, even regardless of the tire discrepancy. Still a door-to-door action before Whittington and Erb can settle this one out of turn 4. Whittington hanging on for his playoff life. Erb almost in the same vein. They remain door-to-door at the entry of 1. Erb is loose, though. Tire tracks off the back of the Chevrolet. He hangs on to it, and Whittington gains the spot.
So now you're looking at Forrester running away with this race because of how that caution fell. The 31, who, you know, he did have laps led. It was about in the 20s. Now he stands, if this race stays green, to just run away with it. I mean, he's pulled out half a second. He has a teammate behind him. These guys aren't going to push the issue. They're going to run their race quietly and just run this thing out, take the laps away.
Well, as long as it stays this way between Reedy and Forrester, they're guaranteed at least one Fast Banana Toyota to win this race. And they are set to join their teammate Curtis Kelly, who has that golden ticket to the next round off of winning Atlanta last week. We know how dominant this team was at the super speedway in the mile-and-a-half. Tonight it's been a little different. They've had a lot more work cut out for them, but they may reap the rewards should this race stay green and should they keep their track position. On board with the VSPEED Mustang of Wilson, cracking into 7th place, Justin Earth.
So another factor that we need to talk about, the weather at this racetrack has changed tremendously. We're down almost 20 degrees from where we started this race, over 20 degrees.
And it's relatively cooler. Air temp sitting at 75 degrees, and as you can tell, the sun is only peeking out for a portion of this racetrack. A lot of cloud cover over Henrico County, Virginia into Sim. We'll look at it. It is much darker than what we saw at the beginning of this race. So track cooling down as the afternoon progresses. A lot more rubber put into it.
97 degrees, 74 ambient. I'd say probably by the end of this thing, this track's going to be below 95. It is cooled off a lot, and you can see, because we're actually seeing a lot of passing going on for the guys that got trapped a lap down. That's their saving grace. This track is raceable again. You can actually get away with a pass.
Yeah, I'm surprised, Bradley, that we've seen this track change so much, but yes, Dakota Curtis had the time accelerator up because we started this race early afternoon with a hot track temperature, but with the cool down, we're past 4:42 in sim time. That's in the afternoon, so we may even get down to a bit of sunset action should this race last a little longer, but we'll get past 5 o'clock easily. And with that, the sun is peeking out just a little bit, but those clouds are helping a ton with the on-track activity. And how about Lawson Peel? Even in the 23-lap stint that he's in with his Goodyear Eagles, he is still pushing strong. And imagine that he saved a good amount while he was a lap down. And I'm sure the caution came out at the right time, but strategically placed that yellow was Lawson Peel. He's still doing nicely, and he gets a solid top 10 out of this one. We know he can advance straight off of points with this run. And it's about whether he can come back for the win.
I think the only person that benefited more from that was Curtis Kelly. Remember, he was back in 20th spot. Now he's racing for a top 10 finish. So 2 of these cars that are in this top 10 have benefited tremendously. And
oh, contact with
wow.
Wilson! And he saves it!
Okay. Maybe frustration there from Wilson?
I don't know, but it looked close. Here's a second look for extra measure. And it's entering 1 and 2 where Wilson gives this slight tap to Kelly. Might have just been miscommunication on braking entry. But here's a look at Kelly and how he holds on to the car. Yeah, Wilson was definitely later on the brakes. Sends Kelly out of shape. Banking helps him out though, and he stays put.
Well, I'll stop talking about Curtis Kelly's race turning around. he just had a moment there, so let's get a top 10 for the 71. But Zach Wilson is now up to 6th. I know he's another one of those guys like Whittington, like a few that are up here in the top 5 that has to have a good day. Of course, he got the stage points. He's done what he needs to do. Whittington, who started on the pole, looked like he definitely put the time in. He's going to challenge here with Chris Shoemaker for 4th. Muscarella, you know, all these guys that are in this top 16 have just had flip-flop days from the start to the end.
They have. A lot of that, though, has come from that yellow flag, right? They were all running mid-pack. That caution flies. It really changes everything. These guys get fresh rubber. They get the track position. And this may give them just enough time to hang on, but a lot of them have had to deal with their fair share of issues. Door
touch.
banging. They're for 4th place. And how about Zach Wilson saying thank you very
3
much?
wide?
3 wide, but the caution comes out right before Wilson is able to unleash the pass. It's Justin Winters who spins at the exit of turn 4 and is parked along the red and white outside wall.
Take it up again, Kenneth. Take it up again. If you have an extra tire set, do you come I don't know what you do. Some of these guys that, like Stampien, that are back in 10th, I don't think they lose too much. Maybe 4 tires would be the answer.
Well, it may just be worth it to try something else in the midst of this. Caution flag is out with just a little over 40 laps to go from Richmond. And this is in the middle of the battle with Stephen Harlow. There's no contact, though.
Gets loose. Tries to throttle out and stay on the outside of Harlow, and looked like he... Oh.
Hard
He had
lick
a
for
chance.
Winters. And, yeah, hard lick for Winter, though, in a race where it seemed like he was turning things around and was going to get his best finish of the 2024 season. An aerial view will give a better look at it outside of Stephen Harlow. In some angles, it may look like contact, but there was none at all. Just lost the race car, exit of 4. And what's interesting to me here is that we've seen many cars go sideways, but it's only off of turn 2, never off the final corner until this time with Winters.
Yeah, I think once he realized that he was losing the back end, he just kept it on the throttle to try to keep it from hitting the wall. Unfortunately, he still had Harlow to the inside, so he couldn't afford to do a full 360 and loop this thing around. Then he has the whole storm of the field coming by. Remember, Winters was one of those cars that kind of got trapped there on pit road. Now we're going to come back down and get some of that damage repaired. Tough break for him. Looking at probably a top 10 day. One of his best finishes. He's had a couple top 10s, like you said, and just this one got away from him.
So Winters on pit road. Meanwhile, the battle for the lead on pit road was tense. Alex Muscarella, now the race leader off of a 2-tire call. Do you like this one, Bradley? It's the first of its kind we have seen in a while over the course of the race. The Lowe's Chevrolet will appear in your picture in just several moments. He took 2, confident in his decision, beats everyone by a country mile.
I don't know. I don't know if I like it. He was up here in the top 5. So, yeah, he gains the lead. What does he lose on the other side of this? Is 2 tires a good call here? I don't know. With this, the way this car has been loose all race long, he better be prepared for that to be multiplied. I don't know if he can hold on to this. This is going to be really tough.
Now, I have seen a 2-tire call work before Richmond for the win. It did involve Lawson Peel, and it was in another league. The problem, Bradley, is that there were only 2 laps left to go. It was a green-white checkered attempt. This is a long way to go. You know, we can still get more yellows, but based on the trends we've seen tonight, a ton of green flag racing, a ton of tire saving in the equation. I don't know if right side tires is good enough. For Muscarella, though, it's a shot in the dark. He'll have the race lead over Colin Forrester. They'll set up row 1. Austin Reedy on the inside for Fast Banana will be 3rd place. Zach Wilson, who made a great comeback through the last green flag run, is 4th place. Chris Shoemaker rounding out the top 5. Curtis Kelly, defending race winner, back in 6th. Justin Urban, 7th. Steven Stampien back up to 8th place. Shane Wyatt and Garrett Brown filing out the rest of your top 10. There has been a problem with Lawson Peel. He will restart in 18th. Off turn 4, pace cars down. Muscarella up and away.
I think it was already difficult for Muscarella right out of the gate because he had Reedy, who's loose down there on the bottom. He had a good shot there at the lead. We got a car loose back here. I think that was Whittington. Maybe a car sideways. They're 3 wide in front, though. Harlow in the middle.
And for the race lead, Forrester is under Muscarella. He's got the top spot from Richmond. Muscarella will try the crossover like AI, but unsuccessful. Colin Forrester The race leader from Richmond, Mascarella, diving in, almost dealt the bumper, but the Dunkin' Donuts machine back in the race lead with just about 35 laps remaining.
He's holding on to it better than I thought he would. He is maintaining position. But that could be that the sun has come back out, and this racetrack is going to change back to the other direction. Temperature goes up a degree.
Back to 98. Tires are a premium here at the short track. Steven Stampien looking under the Home Depot Chevrolet of Justin Erb. Shane Wyatt wants to follow in his tire tracks. They're right behind Curtis Kelly, who's door-to-door with Chris Shoemaker. We may look 3 wide here down the back straightaway for a moment. Stampien going to be back down, and this is good for them. A long enough run, Bradley, that Stampien and especially Shane Wyatt have shown their prowess as these tires wear. Maybe a little scared as there's a car sideways and spinning. Stephen Harlow in trouble. Caution is out.
Thought for sure that we were going to go green there. Looks like problems back in the back of the field. I don't know if it's dirty air or maybe some of these guys are trying to get back to where they were, maybe pushing it too hard. Harlow, kind of by himself, gets sideways.
Well, that's Harlow going too harsh, right out of turn 4. So here he is, mid-pack, behind Alex Huffman and Garrett Brown. Looked routine until just breaking the crest on the front straightaway. And we've seen now, Bradley, 2 times where cars gotten sideways off of turn 4. And just like this, we haven't seen that all night, frankly.
That track's changed tremendously. It was, you know, on the exits of 2, maybe the entry of 1. Now we're seeing it across the tri-oval. I think with the track that changes so much there from where they were racing at the beginning, especially on a restart, you get used to your marks and what you can do with the throttle, that some of these guys kind of forgot. I don't know, that the track's changed over time, and so now those points of on and off the brake, on and off the throttle have changed so much. Harlow's going to come get 4 fresh tires, but yeah, it's just going to be readapting, relearning what you already raced 300 miles on tonight.
So as we are under the yellow flag once more, another reminder that Lawson Peel has taken his Chevrolet down to the lane for some fresh Goodyear Eagles and possibly a splash of fuel. I'm going to guess this is an alternative call by the 2-time champ. That's why we're seeing him buried so deep in the mid-pack, is he's trying a different strategy. He's doing something alternative. It hasn't worked yet, but with the fresh tire advantage by at least 11 or so laps, it may possibly work. But it's all up for debate. And we'll try and get some words with Lawson Peel, get his mindset heading into the final 30 laps from the virtual Richmond Raceway. We are joined by DBR's Lawson Peel now. Lawson, some crucial pit stops as of late. You have dropped back to the mid-pack, and now you come down again. What's the call here on pit road?
Unfortunately, got a speeding penalty a minute ago there. So then dodged my teammate Kip. He had a little bit of a mishap, and then had a caution, and I felt like everybody behind me was probably going to pit. So just had 2 sets left, probably not going to use them. Went ahead and put a set on here, even though I was 99 all around. So maybe it'll help a little bit. Probably not much, but every little bit will help. And just trying to make some positions back here. Kind of shot myself a little bit in the foot with that speeding penalty, but yeah, that caution in the middle of the green flag pit cycle didn't need to happen either. So that kind of was the first domino to kind of put us back here. But we'll try to recover, and I hate my teammate Joe had that issue because I felt like he was the best car on the long run, just really fast tonight, and he had a little bit of a freeze-up issue there where his screen would freeze for about 10 seconds. So he just had no input or, screen or anything, and ended his night. So I hated that happened, but we'll just try to make the most of it here.
It's been a 3-parter, one of catching up through the field, one of leading the race for a moment. Now you're back to playing catch-up mode. What's the mindset here in the final 27 laps?
Yeah, just got to survive, and there's probably going to be shenanigans ahead of me here, so just got to dodge that. Pass cars when we can on these tires.
All right, well, Lawson, we'll let you get to it. Green flag restart with 27 to go. Best of luck at the green
Thank
flag.
you.
Lawson Peel, the two-time champ, rolling from 14th. As Colin Forrester runs up high, he's got his teammate Austin Reedy behind him. Dirt track style restart from Richmond. Forrester and Reedy up and away, back to the green flag, and the top two clear everyone before turn 1. And 3 wide for third place. Muscarella in the middle, Wilson down low, Stampien up high. They flush the low Chevrolet, and Wilson, Stampien continue the fight off turn 4. Caution flag is out again. Trouble in the back of the field. It's Stephen Harlow, the rookie. Problems for his Chevrolet as he bobbled out of turns 3 and 4. Got the tap from Chuck Feltz, and for the second time, Stephen Harlow involved in a caution flag. This one also a single car incident. So losing the machine midway through 3 and 4.
I was say he was getting loose before that tap, but that sets the 33 sideways for the second time. This time, looks like he got a little front end damage from it as well. We're seeing this track change. We're seeing some guys start to get frustrated. Maybe trying to do too much too early. And with this stint, talked about cold tires and how hard it is to get these things up to temp. We're running out of time to actually get them up to temp. So we might see this race kind of spiral into a caution after caution, breeding cautions at the end.
And such a tough end to Stephen Harlow's night after leading a ton of laps. Running up front, band for band with Steven Stampien, and after 2 quick yellows, he's buried back in 20th place with this race starting to run out. So for Harlow, he really has to make moves or else he'll drown in the waters. But late in this going, he will be still on the lead lap, but docked in 18th right now as he's trying to get around the likes of Brandon Banks, Justin Winters. Banks, lapped car, Winters right in front on track position. And so we will let this one simmer. Caution flag out once more here from Richmond, Virginia. And for this playoff system, Bradley, to be, you know, having a short track, one of its kind in Richmond, it will certainly be crazy to see how everything shapes out in the next several events. But so far, 378 laps in, Colin Forrester, the race leader in the Sunoco playoff round of 16 here on VSPEED. Welcome back to Richmond. Fast Banana on the front row with 20 laps to go. Colin Forrester and Austin Reedy wrap out of turn 4 and get the green flag. Forrester with a solid jump into the first corner. Reedy having to play defense on Zach Wilson.
Oh.
Reedy is hard into the wall. Caution flag is out again. Reedy with a hard slam, and Casey Knighton comes in during the aftermath. One of the stronger cars of the night, taken out in about 5 seconds entering the corner.
What? I mean, he missed the shift here a little bit, but that thing just snapped free on him.
And there was no help in turn 1. The onboard look from Reedy tells you all you need to know. A hellacious crash. There's Casey Knighton getting the contact after, but Reedy was loose in the corner. Tried to get it corrected, and the car just sailed up into the wall. A look from Stampien at the ugly hit to the safer barrier for Reedy that takes him out here at Richmond with under 20 laps to go. So for Reedy, that's done. And that is now half of the Fast Banana group taken out and not racing anymore. Wyatt Brackett was the first to crash and disconnect. Austin Reedy may be the next. So it leaves Colin Forrester and Curtis Kelly as the only FBR Toyota Camrys out on the racetrack. So with 16 laps to go, Zach Wilson inherits second place. Steven Stampien to roll back from third. Alex Muscarella surviving on the two-tire call. It is working for the Lowe's Chevrolet. He's back in fourth place. Fifth for Shane Wyatt. P6 for Chris Shoemaker. Alex Huffman rolling in seventh. Lawson Peel, despite the mid-pack start several cautions ago and working off of that pit road speeding penalty, he's inside the top 10 again. Curtis Kelly and Justin Erb round out the 10 cars, but most of them in this lead pack. And I don't know how slim of a margin it's going to get, Bradley, between those at the cut line, because we know Eddie Smith is out for good by not attending tonight's race. Wyatt Brackett, who is disconnected from the session, he may also be eliminated, so it's only up to 2 that will be going home after Richmond. And before tonight, it was Shane Wyatt back by 1 point, Alex Huffman back by 2, Zach Wilson back by 5. All 3 of them are still in this race. All 3 of them are in this top 10. And even the guys above them, Steven Stampien has won both stages tonight. That should get him a healthy margin ahead. Jesse Whittington, who had a top 10 running position when a caution came out a while ago, he is dipped back to 12th. Brandon Banks, 15 points above the cut line, is 3 laps down in 21st right now. So I don't know how this will all go down, but it will certainly be Brackett, Smith, maybe Brandon Banks, and also could be Joe Sanchez. So we have no idea how it's all going to unfold.
Yeah, I would venture to say that it's going to be within 1 or 2 points for a lot of guys that don't make this cut. That was apparent coming into tonight, but now it's going to be even tighter. I think you're going to see, 1 point gap between each driver that just made that 12th or up. It's going to be tight.
Well, it's down to this restart and what could be the following if we find more yellows down the road. Pace car takes the left to enter pit road into the Geico restart zone. Forrester hops up through the gears. Wilson outside in second. We're back under green with 13 laps remaining.
The fireworks are going to continue. They're 3 wide back here in the back. The 4 of Shoemaker, he lost about 4 positions there going into the entry of the corner. Lawson Peel, Alex Huffman go by. He also lost a spot to Shane Wyatt, and sideways from Muscarelli hits Huffman. They're
and now
sideways,
Peel is
Peel.
sideways, right in front of Shoemaker. Caution flag raises once more. Aaron Adcock slams into the two-time champ. And with 12 laps to go, there's the yellow bandera out once again. Oh, what a tough break for Peel, who just got back into the top 10, Bradley, after a pit road speeding penalty. It starts with Alex Muscarella, the man on the right side, fresh tires, just loose off the corner. Hops on the brakes, they all stack up. I think the Shoemaker just not enough time to react and deals a bumper to the back end of Peel, sending him sideways, and he basically takes him up to turn 1 in T formation.
And remember, Muscarella took 2 tires. That would be the side effect of what happened there.
Here's Aaron Adcock, car number 17, late to the going. One man sailing through the grass. That might have been Bill Schoonover. Not relevant to the actual cause of the caution. For Lawson Peel, we will find out whether he will gain or lose a ton of track position, or might actually get his lap back, or position back rather. He will settle in 13th, so a bit of a mid-loss there for Peel. We'll have to try and get back going with about 10 laps to go and counting here from Richmond. Lights are still on from the iRacing official pace car. And now this leaves Colin Forster with a task of just surviving on the restarts. Do you figure that this is what Forster is thinking about? And does he foresee caution flags bringing us into overtime?
Yeah, I think that's a really strong chance here based off of what we've seen the past probably 50 laps or so. Track has changed. It looks like it's difficult to get on throttle. Muscarella, of course, took 2 tires, so his handling is probably starting to deteriorate. And then you had with Harlow 2 times in a row, just handling issues. Peel gets involved and has a problem. He's probably going to try to rocket through this field. I think we haven't seen the end of it yet. We're going to use at least one of these green-white checkers for sure.
Well, remember, the last time we ran a full-length race here in Virginia was back in Season 5. We ran 1 green-white checkered attempt to clock in at 404 laps. So definitely a possibility we could see green-white checkers, and it's a short track. Probably inevitable that we'll see overtime restarts happen.
Yeah, at least one.
And for the last race at Atlanta Motor Speedway, that also one of those races that easily could have gone into overtime territory. And it certainly did. We had that last 2 laps to go restart where Curtis Kelly was able to surge up high and get the race win. Well, it's way different here at a short track. Colin Forster searching for his 3rd career Sunoco Cup win and his 2nd of the season. It would be his first since Las Vegas in early March. That was race number 2. Zach Wilson, we've documented his struggle since his win that locked him into the playoffs in early April at Texas from the Lone Star State. Can he get it done in Virginia to get himself a golden ticket to the round of 12? Steven Stampien, who has been one of the drivers on a hot streak as of late with 3 race wins on the year, looking for number 4. Shane Wyatt, the rookie, trying to get win number 1 at the right time. Alex Huffman going for number 2. Muscarella going for number 2 on the year. And Jesse Whittington, Curtis Kelly, Chris Shoemaker, Justin Erb, among those either looking for their 3rd or looking for their 1st. So Forster, the race leader, will marker this restart with about 6 laps to go at this 3/4 mile track. Pace car is down. Will we see another yellow flag? The onboard look from Forster, who launches easily in the Geico restart zone. 6 laps to go.
Here comes Stampien.
And now Stampien is
he's
sideways.
around. Save it.
And Curtis Kelly stacks it up behind. Yellow flag out again. And this time, Garrett Brown gets a piece of it. Stephen Harlow is in it. And is that enough to bring us into overtime?
It's really close. I think it does. What happened here? Why is everybody is having problems in the entry of 1?
And it's the same problem that took Austin Reedy out of this race. Bradley just getting loose in turn 1 under braking.
I know that the 71 of Curtis Kelly is locked in here, but he was going to kind of turn his day around and come out of this with top 10 points. We got to go on board with him because he was just trying to avoid this.
Well, the good news for Kelly is that he's locked in, so he doesn't really care about where he finishes tonight. But even then, a possible consistent run from Richmond may be squandered after this restart. And he was way back from Alex Huffman back in row 3. He may have just gotten some help from behind by Justin Irv. Yes, he did.
Yeah, he had to check up, and I think Irv didn't really see that they were loose. We'll go on board with the 20. You know, it could be a lot worse there for Steve Stampien. I know he goes from 3rd back to 8th, 9th position, but that could have been a lot worse for him. Luckily, they had checked up and didn't run him over there in the entry 1. I think if that happens, you know, a couple laps into this restart, he does stand to get ran over. These guys weren't quite up to speed just yet, so could have been a lot worse. But now, you know, you're not challenging for the win. Now you're challenging to maybe get a top 5. And with the way this thing's handling on the restarts, I think with a green-white checkered, it's going to be difficult to push and really get this thing going before maybe another caution comes out.
Well, what I'm sure of, Bradley, is that I'm sure there are drivers that are probably glad this is going to be the only short track race of these playoffs. But not to say that the chaos cannot reign anywhere else, because we've still got a road course left, a 2-mile D-shaped oval at Michigan where you can easily breach 200 miles an hour, Talladega Superspeedway. We know how much of a beast that track is. And then our final 2, Las Vegas and Homestead, seem to be some of the more normal tracks on this playoff schedule, but they can still provide their fair share of wildness, especially as we crunch down the drivers left eligible for the final Sunoco Cup Series Championship. And as we break down this final season, Bradley, I know that we got the announcement midway through the regular season, and it took us a little bit by surprise, a level of shock, if you will, when Dakota Curtis told us what was the problem, what was going to go on for the rest of Sunoco Cup history. And to see this series going down to its final several races is almost emotional, but we know that we are going to get probably the best out of this field in the last several races as we try to decide one more champion.
I mean, it's emotional for us up in the booth. It's emotional for these drivers. I mean, this has been the home for a lot of these guys for 7 seasons now. It was a big break for me doing production. Worked Podium Esports when it was the MPI winter series. So this is kind of like a first for me to be introduced to all these names. And so I like that, you know, VSP got to cover the final 1, but I really wish that we could continue on with it.
Well, here we go. Green-white checkered restart number 1. And Zach Wilson gets a wonderful jump into turn 1 on Colin Forrester.
It's an opportunity here for the 51. Oh, he's sideways. Big sideways out of 2.
Wilson stays with it. Now Alex Huffman out of nowhere surges to 2nd place. Colin Forrester sees the white flag as 3rd place is settled by 3 wide.
They got to hold on to it one more time. Wilson stuck in the middle of Muscarella and Shane Wyatt. He's going to hold on to it this time. Challenge for the lead. A block by the 31. Move him out of the way. Huffman going to come off at turn 4. Will he get him at the stripe?
Photo finish from Richmond. And Alex Huffman, out of nowhere, grabs his 2nd career Sunoco Cup Series win and is onward to the round of 12. Unbelievable.
2 thousandths of a second, 200ths of a second for Colin Forrester across that line, door to door, locked in.
In stunning fashion, the Allen's Legacy Racing Mustang of Alex Huffman gets his second career Sunoco Cup Series win. And here's how he got it done. The run out of turn 2, the classic bump and run on Colin Forrester. It was clean. It didn't rub him off the wrong way, and at the stripe, by 26 1,000ths of a second, Alex Huffman is now a 2-time Sunoco Cup winner. You asked the question, what would you do to need to get a race win? For Alex Huffman, that was the answer.
I mean, I don't know. I was very much looking forward to the finish of this thing, but I didn't expect, we had just a lap prior to that, Wilson get a great restart. He shoots up to the outside, then gets loose out of turn 2, sideways in front of the entire field, and then everyone checks up. And I think that set it up for Huffman to just kind of shoot that gap and take over and have a chance. What a phenomenal finish that we just saw.
And it came down to the wire. Alex Huffman from Richmond brings you tonight's Sunoco winning moment. More high-performance engines rely on Sunoco fuels than all others combined. And for over 50 years, Sunoco has been powering top drivers around the world with high-quality fuels they can trust to power them to the checkered flag. Sunoco, fueling victories from track to tank. Alex Huffman, in clutch fashion, gets his second career Sunoco Cup win and is the second driver to punch their ticket into the round of 12. We'll have those playoff standings, updates, interviews, and a whole lot more on the other side. We'll take a breath and try to unpack this finish from Richmond, Virginia. Don't go anywhere. More Sunoco Cup playoff action on the other side, live on VSPEED.
What got into you? At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Fuller,
Yeah,
needed F-150 for Smith build.
got it.
Yesterday.
I know.
Don't forget my BMW.
Gotcha. Check this out. All the major online automotive sites in one place. BMW, done. F-150, done.
How's he do it?
I can search nationwide, even those classified sites. Auto Tempest, all the cars, one search. That's how I do it.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
401 laps, 1 overtime attempt, and 26 1,000ths of a second is what closes out this playoff cutoff race from the virtual Richmond Raceway. Here's a look at your unofficial results at the checkered flag. And by a slim margin to the line, Alex Huffman grabs his second career Sunoco Cup win. Colin Forster leading there to the stripe, got moved out of the way, and is the second man up. Alex Muscarella did what he could on only 2 tires and ends up on the podium. We'll talk to all 3 of them before we wrap up our coverage on VSPEED. How about Shane Wyatt? The fantastic performance on overall speed gets the rookie to a 4th place outing. Zach Wilson recovers nicely after Atlanta. He ends up in 5th. That may be good enough to get him just above that cut line to advance into the round of 12. Justin Winters, despite tail hitting the outside wall off of turn 4 a while back, ends up in P6. Chris Shoemaker to round out the top 7. Steven Stampien swept both stages and gave it all that he could, but a mistake coming to one of the final restarts takes him out of contention to win, but he's got a top 10 in hand. Jesse Whittington, who went into this race only 1 point above that top 12 cut line, 9th place, could cut it to make it forward. Kip easily rounding out your top 10.
But here's where we start to get a little interesting. Aaron Adcock is going to get an 11th. Justin Erb in 12th. Right here with Lawson Peel, I'm interested to see after, 13th place. I think that's going to be good enough. He was high enough up there. I think he's going to be all right with the 3 wins, put him in a good spot. But it's going to be tight here. Dustin Reeves, Stephen Harlow. Then you have Garrett Brown, Dakota Curtis. Curtis Kelly locked in. He's good to go. Unfortunately, the end of this race didn't go the way that he planned. He got contact there from Herb as he was checking up for a spin there from the 88. So he'll finish back at 18th. Casey Knighton, 19th. And then Brandon Banks, I think, is going to be one of those guys that might not make the final 12.
We will give you updates as we get them for the playoff grid. Chuck Feltz ends up in 21st, 7 laps down. Austin Reedy, a strong race car, and it turned sour when he overcorrected into the outside wall off a restart in turn 1. He finishes in 22nd. Wyatt Brackett also disconnected from this race after crashing early. He is 23rd. He may also be eliminated fully from playoff contention. Bill Schoonover is 24th. Joe Sanchez, a strong race car as well, but a technical screen freeze sent him hard into the outside wall and took him out of the race. 26th place to Brad Fulham, 27th to Chris Progar, Austin Shoemaker back in 28th. James Kunkel and Sean Kalis round out the cars that didn't make the field. Richard Swavely attempted to enter the session, unfortunately did not make the green flag. That's your full field from the virtual Richmond Raceway, and we join Sunoco Victory Lane, and we get with Alex Huffman, a now 2-time winner in the Sunoco Cup Series. I think it's plain and simple, Alex. How did you get it done, and what are the emotions like after this huge win?
The emotions are pretty wild. I mean, it was not a good race for me at all. My computer it's barely holding up still. My blue screen, missed the driver's beat and had to start in the back. I knew I was down in points. Didn't get any stage points in either stage. So I knew I was in a deficit, and I was just like, well, this is my last probably Sunoco race before I move, because if I move it, I don't know if I try to hurry up and get my stuff set up here to Mooresville soon, but I'm just trying to, I was like, I'm just going to run it out. And then when the seas parted and Stampy went around, and then when I got a bad restart and then Zach and Colin took off and they both got loose off 2, I was like, oh, this is my chance. And I just sent it, and Colin, he threw a block when I tried to do a crossover out of 2, and I got a run, and he did a little shade block, nothing wrong with that. And I was in his bumper. I didn't want to turn him, so I let off a little bit, squared it up, and just kind of try to push him a little bit harder in the corner, just clean move, bump and run, and drag race to the line. And I don't know how I got it. That was fun.
One of the wildest finishes we've seen this season, and I was telling Bradley under the break, that may have been one of the cleanest bump and runs I've ever seen on a last lap attempted pass for the win. Alex, I mean, it's been a while since you've seen Victory Lane. Talladega to start off your rookie campaign, which got you the ticket into these very playoffs. And you went into this race -2 from that cut line. It didn't look as, as positive as it would for some of the other drivers going into this race. But how were you able to keep your head in this fight despite all of the challenges and turn this one around as you're now locked into the next round?
Honestly, my cousin in my ear all night, Justin Winters, he was just like, you're not out of it. You're not out of it the whole race. I'm like, dude, I'm out of it. I have no stage points. I'm stuck back here in like 10th, 15th. I was like, I couldn't go nowhere. I'd burn my right front off trying to pass. And I finally learned, like watching him sitting behind him, I saw how he was running 1 and 2. And I realized what I was doing wrong. And I finally started to capitalize on that in the last like 50 or so laps before he had the cautions. And I was like, all right, I finally make time. And that's honestly the line I used there to get that run on the Colin, all because he just stayed in my ear all night long, as annoying as it kind of was to me, because I was just ready to get the race over with how my luck has been lately.
You mentioned the move. I'm sure that you're going to have to go rapid transit for the move now that you're locked into the next round. Watkins Glen and Michigan up next. I know it's probably hard to think about those races now, especially off of what just happened on that final lap. But how do you mentally prepare forward? How do you continue your push for your first Sunoco Cup championship in its last season?
Just, well, for one, I got to get all my stuff moved for sure in a hurry now. I'm gonna have to just put in a bunch of laps at Watkins Glen. I've already put in some this week, having fun, race with friends. And Michigan, I know it's going to be a drafting track, but it's all about just managing your tires, managing the air, not losing momentum. But Watkins Glen, I'm going to put a lot of laps in and try to figure out what I could do better, because I'm not the best at road courses at all. Sonoma proved that earlier this year. So I'm just hoping I can keep on going. This is I'm still kind of shocked about this.
It was an insane win, and off of a bump and run on the final lap, you get your second career win. And this time on a short track, you are punched into the next round. You continue a championship bid. Alex, on behalf of this win from Virtual Richmond, anyone in particular that you want to give the shout out to or thank?
Of course, got to thank my family and friends that support me during this. Justin for being my teammate. Sunoco for sponsoring this league. Dakota and Dustin for putting this on. I hate that it's ending because I have fun in here. Deb at Old School Diecast, she's on the car every week. She's on Justin's car every week. Kinder Performance Group, and a lot of the guys at SHR that give me hell when they see me wrecked on these broadcasts.
Well, Alex, welcome back to Victory Lane, number 1, but number 2, on behalf of all of us here at VSPEED, congratulations on the W. Looking forward to see you continue your championship bid at Watkins Glen in just several weeks, and we hope the move goes well.
Thank you.
Alex Huffman for Allen's Legacy Racing gets the dub in clutch fashion. We know that there is one side of the conversation, the winner. The other side is the loser. This time it's Colin Forrester, who was short by 26 1/1000ths of a second, Bradley.
Yeah, that's a tight finish there. I tell you what, if you could make it look any better, I don't think that we've had quite that finish here. Short track fashion, Colin Forrester, you come up here, you lead 98 laps. It looked like you could run away with this thing, but then cautions and restarts, the Achilles heel of any driver. Were you expecting the 10 car to get to your bumper going into 3?
Well, going in 3, yeah, I guess I took it super easy through 1 and 2 there on that last lap, just because I knew I got super loose the lap before, and I just wasn't expecting it. I didn't know what the car was going to do that time, but yeah, as soon as I got through 2, I seen him getting a run. I knew it was either block or going to the corner on the top, but the top was already loose, so I didn't think it was going to work, and I tried to block the best I could. Was on the brakes super hard in the corner, just hoping it'd stay down there, and it didn't. And I don't know, it was just, I mean, he didn't do anything wrong. He did what he was supposed to. I'm just super mad at myself for losing that race, and I feel like I should have won it.
Well, and you come out here with maybe a car that was definitely top 5, but then those cautions kind of cycled in your favor. You had stayed out there on that long green flag run. And when we had finally got to the point of green flag pit stops, because you stayed out, a bunch of drivers got trapped a lap down. Did you feel like if this race stayed green, you could have sealed the deal?
Oh yeah, for sure. Cause I could have made it on fuel. I know Reedy could have made it on fuel too. So definitely like caution hurt us there. And yeah, I mean it hurt and helped. I would have preferred it just to stay green there. Just kind of felt really good on the long run all night. Surprisingly, I don't know why, but I always run pretty good at this track. I just love the way it drives. Just like a super rhythm-based track, and I was just in a good rhythm tonight. And just slowly, methodically worked my way up there, and finally got up there to pass Austin and Steven, and they pit, and then it all happened from there.
Yeah, a lot of history here tonight in the cutoff race, but it looks like you will make that top 12. And I know coming in here, a lot of people were starting to, get a little concerned with the season. You had the victory, and then, things kind of plateau or go up and down all the way through the regular season. This is going to be a great podium going into Watkins Glen for sure.
Yeah, definitely. It was definitely a struggle there, like mid-season, right after I got that win. I think it DNF'd in like 4 of the next races or something. Finally got top 10 back at Sonoma, but definitely look forward to Watkins Glen. I mean, it's back-to-back second places. I was super thrilled with the second place last week, and now I'm super disappointed with the second place this week. So definitely funny how that works out, but.
Yeah.
I'll take it. I mean, second place. Moving on to the next round. Still fighting for a championship, and that's the main goal. I mean, I'll think about tonight. I'll think about it through a little bit, and then I'll just move on to 2 weeks from now at Watkins Glen. Probably try and get in some practice tomorrow. I haven't ran Watkins Glen to these cars in a super long time, but it's definitely my favorite road course. But I know Lawson and Reedy are going to be super hard to beat there because they're like 2 road course specialists in these cars, but. I think I definitely stand a chance for top 5, top 10 there. Maybe we can get up there with some luck and a little bit more practice than I normally do, and hopefully we can seal the deal and try and make the next round and finally try and go get that championship.
While you think about Watkins Glen and maybe think back on this race, is there anybody that comes to mind that you'd like to shout out while we have you up there in the booth?
Yeah, you guys for doing a great job with the broadcast every time we race, and just look forward to go back and watching it. Thank you to everyone who runs the league, Dakota, Dustin. They do a lot of hard work for the league, and they try and make it fun every week, and super fun to run. Also shout out to my Fast Banana teammates, Wyatt, Austin, and Curtis. I know we didn't have all the runs that we wanted, but 3 of us made the next round. Sucks Wyatt had that issue there. It would have been close if he made it or not, but yeah, just shout out to you guys, like I said. Shout out to my teammates, and shout out to everyone who runs the league.
Appreciate your time, Colin Forster, second place back to back here in the first round of elimination. He'll go on to the final 12 at Watkins Glen. Thank you for your time, buddy.
All right, appreciate it.
And finally, that brings us to third place. Colin Forster, though, I mean, back to back here. Kenneth, you got to admire that even though his regular season got a little bumpy, he's turned it around here in the playoffs.
He has. Colin Forster, as of right now, is in, and so is Alex Muscarella. Alex joins us now, and, I'd say that going to the regular season finale at Daytona, it was going to be close for you to get into the playoffs. You got that win. You locked yourself through. Atlanta was wild, as it always is. And then here comes Richmond on a 2-tire call. You managed to get out third place and a possible entry into the round of 12 as we're still trying to decide official point standings. How can you best describe your night, given the strategy and giving everything that went down in those final laps?
I mean, it was really up and down. And it wasn't really my doing of why it was up and down. I'm sure you guys picked up on it here and there, but pretty much I was just having random throttle drops all night, which is why I randomly would stack the field up on a restart. Why I would just lose momentum randomly. So this was just me fighting my tech all night, and just I was really good on the long runs. And that's really what I was banking on. But at the end, I just kind of just had to just set in and do what I could.
And it looked like 2 tires versus 4 didn't seem like a huge difference, especially as those cautions started coming out. For you in that specific point situation, trying to try something different on strategy, even before that 2-tire call, and then that crucial caution comes out with Wyatt Brackett, puts you and a ton of other guys who are around the mid-pack with a solid track position placement for the last stint of the race. What was that like, and what was going through your mind in that moment, strategy-wise, up until you made that 2-tire decision?
Well, from the sounds of it, there was a couple of us that might have been trying to just stretch it the whole way. I was kind of just, I was waiting it out a little bit, and I was going to try to just do the big overcut and come flying through on fresher tires. But it sounds like some people might have been trying to stretch it. I don't think it would have worked. Um, but yeah, I knew I was good on the long runs. So while I was still out there making okay time, I just needed to keep doing what I was doing and then go out there on the fresher tires, which wasn't as strong on. I didn't really have good short run pace. But I knew that having just the fresher tires would balance it all out and I'd be flying at the end of the race. But, I was just babying everything, just doing what I can, just hoping the throttle wouldn't drop on me.
Well, Alex, despite all that happened, you were able to come back. You grabbed this 3rd place finish, and again, we're still trying to decide official point standings, but as we get it right now, you are in by at least 8 points going into Watkins Glen, which will be the first and only road course race of the Sunoco Cup playoffs. What are your thoughts on Watkins and Michigan for the round of 12?
I usually have good showings there. It's just going to come down to if I can get my pedals working right. So I'm gonna have to try to figure out what's actually going on with them. But I always have good showings at those 2 tracks, so it all just comes down to luck for me here through the rest of the playoffs.
Well, Alex, we really appreciate the time and a big congratulations on that 3rd place finish. I know at the end it was hard fought for that position, but you hung on to it. Anybody in particular you want to thank for tonight's run?
Well, you guys for putting on the show every week. DTH and TOW, as always. DTH got great teammates there. It's always a good time. TOW, my team, always making sure it's a good time. Just and then Dakota and Dustin for for the league because I've always had a good time here. I'm gonna miss it. So.
Well, Alex, on behalf of all of us here at VSPEED, congratulations on the 3rd place finish from Richmond, and welcome to the round of 12 unofficially. I think we are getting word right now, and yes, you are still in. So welcome to the round of 12. We'll see you at Watkins Glen.
Thank you, guys.
So we have official confirmation of who is in and who is going home in the Sunoco Cup Series playoffs. Just talking to Alex Muscarella on that 3rd place finish. He is in, and we'll run down the order for you. So Curtis Kelly and Alex Huffman at the top of the board. They lock in via wins in both of the playoff races. They have no worries going into Watkins Glen. Colin Forrester is in by a relatively healthy margin. It appears by about 59 points. He is to the good. Lawson Peel settles right behind him, so even with all that went on with Peel, he will advance. Chris Shoemaker with a solid run tonight also moves onwards to the round of 12. So will the stage 1 and 2 winner, Steven Stampien. Austin Reedy, despite crashing in this race, he is also into the next round. Alex Muscarella is good by 8 points. He is in. So is a 4th place finisher, Shane Wyatt. Justin Erb barely squeaks in by several points. So does Zach Wilson. And there was a tie, Bradley, for the final spot. P12, that one won by Jesse Whittington with the highest average finish in the round of 16. So that leaves Joe Sanchez, Brandon Banks, Wyatt Brackett, and Eddie Smith as the 4 that will be going home after this race. What a finale to this round. A ton of movement, a ton of surprise drivers being taken out of the playoffs. What are your thoughts on the playoff grid as we get out of here?
Well, based off of what we saw, you see with Joe Sanchez, Brandon Banks, some drivers that maybe had success in the first half of this race, but in the later half, things got chaotic. Eddie Smith, of course, not attending tonight. Wyatt Brackett, who just I mean, it was a rough race for him all the way through. Damage there. 2 fast banana drivers that had problems. Austin Reedy, of course, probably thankful that he had enough here, points wise, coming into the championship, that he didn't have to worry as much about having a bad race. But overall, there's a big shakeup here, and it goes to, at the tail end of this race, we still didn't know who that final 12 was going to be all the way through.
Well, now we have it. A ton of guys are in. Several guys are out. Specifically, the 2 Drinking Bros Racing guys of Brandon Banks and Joe Sanchez. That comes as a big surprise to me, but knowing exactly what kind of races they had tonight, even if they had a 15 or so point buffer, you're never safe in these Sunoco Cup playoffs. And here we are on the screen. This is our round of 12, that cut line deciding those who are in and those who are out. Once again, Jesse Whittington and Joe Sanchez come away tied in points, but the decision and tiebreaker goes to the highest average finish in the round of 16. Jesse Whittington had the average finish that was higher than Joe Sanchez, hence why Whittington barely scrapes by and will advance into the next championship round. So that leaves 12, and that leaves us with 2 more races to go to decide the 8 that will advance to the round after. We start with the only road course race in the playoffs, Watkins Glen, set to take on the field in 2 weeks' time. We'll have that coverage ready for you September 29th, 8 p.m. Eastern, and that will be right here on the VSPEED YouTube channel. Bradley and I will give you all of the coverage ahead and during this road course stunner that will bring us possibly some new playoff storylines and much, much more. That'll wrap up our coverage of the Sunoco Cup Series playoffs from the virtual Richmond Raceway, where Alex Huffman gets his 2nd career win for Dakota Curtis and the entire admin team at the Sunoco Cup Series. For Adam Baker at VSPEED, and for our broadcast crew tonight, my colleague in the booth, Bradley Cooper, I'm Kenneth Bueno saying so long from the Commonwealth. We'll see you at the Glen, upstate New York, for the first race of the round of 12.